What's good, y'all? What's good? Uh, put ones in the chat if we sound good. Check your mic, please, Kiki.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Pineapple, popcorn, popcorn, pineapple.
Okay, let us know how we sound in the chat, y'all.
That's how you test the pop filter.
Oh, okay, okay. See,
Pineapple, popcorn. You see?
I knew I was gonna learn something. That's why I wanted to bring you on. I knew I was gonna laugh and I was gonna learn. So that's a huge reason as to why. And I want to see if I can I don't know if it's a character, but I want to see if I can break it. I want to see if I can get you to
What
laugh
is this
for live stream.
character do you think exists?
Okay, and this is before we introduce the stream. I think the first video I watched, I think it might have been like a video about J. Cole, and I saw that you had like edited out a laugh, or that's what it looked like, and I was
It
like,
probably wasn't a laugh. It was probably silence.
okay, because no, it looked like you. Well, I think it looked like you were maybe about to laugh or something like that, and I was just like, I wonder if she's like just dead ass serious like me, and it's funny sometimes, or if she has this maybe I'm trolling, maybe I'm not sometimes, and I get a kick out of this shit.
Well, I leave most most of the time that I laugh, I'll leave it in the video.
Mm-hmm. It might have just been like some type of clip or something, but well, like a clip in the video.
Are you trying to figure out if I'm really just like dry on purpose?
Maybe not on purpose, but like let's say, okay, so people have told me it's like you're funny when you're being serious. So I wonder if you're more like me in that. Because if that's
I used
the
to be in
case,
the military.
me too. And that was another reason why when Absa said it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. That make a lot of sense. I did 6 years I was in the Air Force. What about you?
4 years in the Army.
Okay, so it's a completely different military attitude
Yes.
that I just think we gain through that process. And not that it's a not that it's a character per se, like a facade. Just like throughout that process, it creates like kind of like a slightly severed version to where it's like I can present in this fashion if I want to. You know what I mean? Because before I went in, they were like, all my friends would be like, "You so fucking goofy. How are you gonna make it in the military?" But like a week and a half in, like I was brainwashed, I guess. So when they saw me the next time, it was like, damn, like you can be stone faced for however long, but we know that other person is in there. So I think that's probably more so what I meant. Not like, hey, I think you a fake or no shit like that. Just like I think
I'm trolling.
I think you have the ability to say what you want and present it in a way that you're dead serious, even though it's a joke. That's what I mean.
It depends on the thing, but sometimes like I am genuinely serious.
Yeah. And I say that to say, I don't know if you watch Sean C or not. I bring his name up on multiple streams. I think he does it very well. Where sometimes you just don't know. And I think it's an allure to that in some instances. You know what I mean? Like just being stoic in the face of a clearly hilarious situation. It's just like, nah, but I'm dead ass serious. But I think it makes the point get across better too sometimes. If you feel what I'm saying.
Yeah. I did edit out all of the laughs of my April Fool's video.
Mm-hmm.
I was laughing. I cut out like 5 minutes of straight laughter.
Cause I think when I was watching that video, I was like probably like 2 minutes. I was like, oh, okay. I see what she got going on.
I almost cracked like there were times when you could tell that I was like trying to hold it in, but I had to like re-record that video so many times because I kept on laughing.
Cause when I saw the thumbnail, I thought that was our favorite Beige Rager. I couldn't tell. So I just went ahead and clicked it instead of trying to figure it out.
That was a silhouette of Drake.
Yeah, our favorite Beige Rager. So once I started watching it, and we've been communicating like on your streams and stuff. So I kind of like have an idea about how you feel about certain people. So once one of the names came up, I was like, oh, okay. I see what's going on. And we can talk about that if you want to. Because I was telling them in the chat, I was like, about your relationship with this certain person. And then you were saying how that connects to her being a female version of another.
Drake.
Well, yeah. So so I think that'll be a good place to start. Like, where did you start to like connect the dots on how you felt about Doja Cat?
I think that it was I think it was her having a white boyfriend.
Okay.
I think that's what it was. And then I think next to that it was the racism chats.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I literally found a video for one of these chats where it's like all white people and the only two black people in there is her and a black man. And then she is just sitting there watching this black man get bullied while she's laughing. And I was like, it's something. And then that's when I started to connect with why does she seem like she don't like black men? And I was like, oh, her dad not in her life. Oh, her white mom raised her. Oh, her white mom is Jewish. Oh, she also grew up with her grandma. Wait, you remember that video of Drake when he was showing his house off and he gave his grandma a piece of chocolate? And you see what I'm
yeah
okay, so white mom and grandma raised you. Okay, dad was not in the picture. Okay. The type of music that they make. Sugar Ray, why you in here? Let's talk about it here. Maybe she'll make an appearance later. So then it was like then type of music they make.
Okay.
It's basically like I feel like I realized that she is Drake with no mask on.
Okay, so she's not.
She will say out loud the stuff that Drake won't. Like she literally called herself inauthentic. She said, "I'm inauthentic because everything I learned everything from TV." She said it like a week ago.
And because I think she has this thing where she tries to kind of get ahead of it, but it's like 3 years too late. Like we already have made these assertions. Like why are you 5 years behind trying to tell us what you've already shown us through your actions? And when you did the stream where you were like just kind of piecing it together, like basically on some what's the dirt type shit, I was supposed to have been asleep an hour ago. And I'm just watching it like, oh my God. Like, because I had never paid attention to it, but everything that I saw was all connected to these threads that you're showing. So that's what kind of like led me to want to listen to what was the album with Paint the Town Red? Scarlet. Yeah, so I listened to that and I was like, okay, it's some cool stuff on here, but it's something missing. And then once I watched your video and got more in depth on
that Ebro interview,
yeah, I was just like, it makes sense. She missing the soul element. And
speaking of that, I've been saying forever that Doja Cat can't sing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I changed my mind. I changed my mind on that. She gave me the impression of somebody that listened to the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill like 10 times and then said, I want to do that. Because her first 3 albums are classified as R&B soul.
Okay.
And then only Scarlet is classified as a rap album. So she really want to sing. But I think that what I realized is that it's not that she can't sing. It's that her voice or her singing style is not catered to what she wants to do. Like she wants to be an R&B singer. But I feel like she's missing that soul element. Like you hear a lot of R&B singers like that can really, really sing. Their speaking voice compared to the way that they sing. That was Nor that said that too. That was Nor that said that.
Hold on. But yeah, that's true. When you were going through the stuff and you just like, hold on, wait a second. I gotta show y'all why this is some bullshit.
And so I think I realized it's not that she can't sing; it's that she's not doing the singing that she should be doing. I
Okay.
think that if she really, really want to be a singer, she should do some like Evanescence type shit.
Mm.
Some what's that one?
Is that?
The little Mexican girl that be crying all the time.
Oh no.
Olivia Rodriguez. She could do some
Oh, okay,
Olivia
okay.
Rodriguez type shit.
Olivia
I
Rodrigo.
feel like she
Gotcha.
more suited to like a different genre, but it's like she don't got that. But well, yeah, how you hear like an R&B singer that really knows how to sing their speaking voice versus their singing voice. It's
Hmm.
almost like two different people.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
she sing like she talk.
She does. She
You can
does.
hear like that. Okay, I hate to use this phrase, but it does have an actual meaning. The phrase "talk white." Okay, that does not mean articulate. That does not mean articulate. It's a very specific speech pattern. When you talk like this and you end every sentence like it's a question, it's called upspeak. But black people speak more with downspeak, where
Okay.
they end the end of their sentences on a down note. She talks like that. And so you can hear that when she sings. And
Yeah.
it's like I feel like that is like she could do some Avril Lavigne type shit. If she made a pop punk album, I bet you it would be dope.
Yeah. Is Evanescence the group who made the song? Is it like Wake Me Up? Is I because I
Yes,
can okay.
yes, bring me to life. Yeah,
Okay, because I was in the 7th grade. I was going to a new school, and the first assembly we had was like about self transition, and that was the song that played. So that song has permanently scarred me. So if
it's
she
scarred
does
50
make,
Cent too.
and I think if she makes music like that, I probably won't be able to listen to it just
I
because
wouldn't
of my
either.
experience. But I do agree with you in the respect that I think she would probably be well suited to do that. And the upspeak, to that point, I think the I'm a cow, the way that's wrapped, it was wrapped in upspeak too. So I definitely get the point that you're making. But before we keep going, thank y'all for tuning in to our first episode of Family Function. I am Skip, and we have our wonderful guest, Kiki. Say what up to Kiki in the chat, y'all.
Kiki.
I started with no decorum at all, but shout out to Kiki and thank y'all for tuning in as well. But yeah, that Doja Cat, it really just watching those streams and how you were breaking it down really just had me thinking it's a lot of like transplant, I guess, ism like going on in the music industry, and it's like finally making its way to become more commonplace in hip hop. So when I look at it from that perspective, like two of the big three, quote unquote, and we'll talk about that from your perspective later, aren't 100% of the culture, whether it be geographical location and upbringing, or for lack of better words, lineage. So how do you think, or how do you feel about people who grow up outside of the culture but are able to pass as representatives for the culture being the primary voices in hip hop?
I think that there's a difference between passing with people of the culture and passing with the general public.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think there was ever anybody that was like genuinely in the culture that was like Drake represents us. But the general public, because they hear Drake on the radio all the time, they like, oh, that's the rap dude. You
Okay.
know, like my sister was a huge Drake fan. Okay, she's a heterosexual black girl. Okay, that was a teenager at the time that Drake was doing his Loverboy type stuff. Text me later, thank me later,
Mm-hmm.
so far gone, take care, nothing was the same. You know, she still has physical CDs up until Views.
Okay.
So it's like I feel like there was people that felt betrayed by him because they felt like, oh, this is like the dude for us. This is the dude that's rapping for the girls. and then he switched up on them.
Mm-hmm.
But she also like would be playing Drake all the time. And so my mom knew a lot of Drake. And because my mom is a gospel girly.
Okay.
She loved her some gospel. But because my sister was playing Drake in the car all the time, she knew a lot of Drake music, and she would be singing it at work, and her coworkers thought she was hip because she knew Drake. So it's really just like a general public thing. I feel like there's a difference between who the culture thinks represents them and then who people think are representative of the culture.
Okay. I see exactly where you're coming from. And I think with everything that happened in the last year, from first person shooter forward to now, well, that's dating back to 2023, I think that there has been a response from the quote unquote culture about who they've been maybe quietly championing, or who they're choosing to champion going forward. And at least for the present time, it's Kendrick Lamar. And Drake is fighting, and J. Cole is apologizing to everybody he can to make sure he stays in good graces, because he never knows which bridge he'll have to cross at what point in time. But do you feel, and this is more broad, the way I'm asking this question, because now we've seen how great the scope extends beyond like the black cultural diaspora, as far as consumption of hip-hop and opinions being injected into hip-hop. Like, do you feel like there will be a shift that's accepted by not just the diaspora but the periphery with this run that Kendrick's about to go on?
In terms of what?
Okay, I guess we can look at it two ways, because for one, it can be just the art of it all. Like, we get more people who are focused on the art, and that becomes more commercially viable for the labels, and therefore they push it. Or just as far as the consumership, like, do you think they'll start to like maybe turn their eyes slightly from what's being pushed mainstream, and maybe cause the labels to then react and then prioritize the more artistic music in the genre?
I think that that shift happens regularly.
Okay.
That like even when it comes to like industry plans, like people that people really really think are industry plans, and not people that are retroactively called industry plans.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that even that people are kind of like, it's something they don't mess with that. Like, who's that one dude name? Andy Orr.
Yeah. The dude that was going back and forth with Tyler.
People was not fooled by that.
Okay.
They felt like he was industry plant, and people was not fooled by that. And then like there is that sort of like, when things become the same for too long, people do start to seek out and popularize things that are different from what they've been hearing. So like, when people are like, rap is stale, everything sounds the same, it's because they're listening to what's pushed to them. Okay. And so I think that at a certain point, if people really care about it, then they're gonna start seeking out something different. When something different does pop up, then it's like, okay, well, now we're gonna start putting our attention towards this, because we feel like this could take the game a different direction.
Okay, so kind of like because as you said, it happens kind of cyclically, kind of like from the 90s going into the Snap era, and then 50 Cent versus Kanye kind of ushering in the backpack movement, yeah, which goes into the blog era. And if that's the case, I do want to ask you a question. Based on your video, Kendrick was right, F the Big Three. What is your top 10 from the blog/streaming era? And
10? Who are, that's so many people.
I know, but you said it was so vast. So I kind of figured that maybe. Okay, well, let's do 5 and then we can branch out from 5.
What's those years?
Starting from 2009 And I think everybody's position was kind of solidified by 2015. Because this is the era like Currency, Crit, Big Sean, what's the dude's name? Charles Hamilton? Was that his name? Like, so from everything from that era until all of the Lils emerged from SoundCloud. And we can just do 5. And if we go into the streaming era, which is like the Lil Uzis and all of those guys, we can pull another 5 from there.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to. Okay, yeah, so this is pre 2016 XSL. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give one to Kendrick.
Okay.
Future was definitely of that era, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, he just wasn't as celebrated yet.
I want to say he popped up in like 10-ish.
Yeah, because I was in college. So yeah, Tony Montana was around that era.
Yeah, and this was before my parents got divorced. Was Cudi around there?
Yep. I think Cudi was 09, because I think it was 08, 09-ish, because 808s came out shortly after.
Okay, I'm gonna give one to Cudi. I'm gonna give one to Cole just because I feel like his mixtapes was better than his albums.
I can agree.
And then the last one, I'm gonna give it to Nicki because I feel like her mixtapes was better than her albums.
I don't have the knowledge, so I'm gonna take your word for it.
Trust me, I don't think that because like her albums, not her albums, her mixtapes is straight rapping.
Okay.
But her albums, like Pink Friday, Pop Off, it's like 50% pop. And she don't know how to sing either.
Yeah, I think the only song that I kind of liked her singing, I think it was Heavy Auto-Tune. It was and I think it was on the Dedication 3, the Still I Rise song. And it was still like heavily auto-tuned.
I didn't like that either. Maybe Moment for Life.
Yeah, I give you that. So you don't like Pills and Potions?
No, I did not like that song at all. I heard the message.
Mm-hmm.
That was one that had the game in the video, right?
I think so.
I think the game was her love interest in the video.
Okay, I remember the song. I don't remember the video. Like, I think that's a part of like the hip hop experience that I missed. Like, I missed the Nicki train completely.
Man, well, okay, that's understandable. I'm not going for, because that's understandable.
Okay, so your 4 is Cole, Kendrick, Nicki, and Cudi.
Wait, I thought I gave you 5. Future, you missed Future.
Oh yeah, Future. My bad. So I will go Kendrick, of course. I really like that Cudi pick. Because Man on the Moon, until Graduation dropped. Well, not until Graduation dropped. Until I really got into Kanye and listened to, because I was late to the Kanye train, kind of, sort of too. So I heard Man on the Moon, I feel, before I heard Graduation. So Kanye was the guy to me. So Cudi, Cole, I gotta agree, because I was listening to Cole before I ever even heard of Kendrick, actually. Let me see, Big Crit, and I don't know who would be a 5th. Fuck it, I'm gonna go. Well, Ross he's pre that era. He's like 04. For the sake of time, I'll say Future. I'll go with Future.
Gonna say Rick Ross.
If he came out so much earlier than that, because he was out with like early Kanye, like, because I think Port of Miami may have been like 2003.
I'm not picking Jay Electronica. He allergic to working.
Oh my, that's who it is.
No,
That's
he
who it
allergic
is.
to working. J Electronica is.
Jealousy. Oh no, I'm talking
Yeah,
Wale.
you talking about Wale. So we missed
Yeah.
Wale. No,
Yeah.
he was in the back of my head. He was in the back of my head. I just
Yeah.
didn't pick him.
So that's my fifth, Wale, because Ambition, the first half of the Gifted album, because the label completely made him do a detour from what he was trying to do. I feel on that album. What else was the Falarin? Both of those are really good. His mixtape run was phenomenal, and everything he's kind of done, maybe post 2019, it's met the same mark over and over. So I think there's a lot of longevity in his music. And I feel like he survived what a lot of artists from that era didn't survive. Like that transition into being direct with just your core fan base. I feel like he was able to let go of the need to be seen in the mainstream world because it wasn't working for whatever reason. And now he has a very strong core fan base, even though it's not as large as maybe he would like it to be per False Prophets. But I do think he has a level of satisfaction knowing that people that listen to him now really enjoy his music. But let me look at some of these super chats. Let me read this one. Shout out to D2B2. He said J Electronica had to be carried by Jay-Z in order to finally put out a project, and kind of got washed on a few of those songs from what I remember. I'm gonna ask you how you feel about this if you listen to that project. I don't think he got washed per se. I just think he had a completely separate mission. Because the shit he was talking about, if you aren't in the Nation of Islam, you don't know what he's talking about. Like it's basically every verse was a prayer.
Wasn't he with a richest family in the world? Rothschild?
Yeah, he was shooting. Yeah, he was. He was dating
and she made him
one
a
of the
label.
daughters or something.
And she was married.
Yeah. He's been outside, man. The fact that he was able to get a hold of Erykah Badu and a Rothschild is crazy.
And then he went anti-Semitic, and that's when I was like, I'm not listening to this nigga no more. I don't care about nothing he gotta say. You was with a Rothschild that was married, bro. I'm not listening to nothing else you gotta say.
But what if
you don't make no music anyway?
But what if he's kind of on his Kanye shit to where he has a personal vendetta, so then he turned towards
that's the problem.
The synagogue of,
You know exactly what you was doing.
Shout out to Matumbo's Pinky. Erykah Badu's Baby Daddies is the greatest supergroup ever.
Yeah.
Cause we got 3K, we got J-Lick. Who else? Who else did she?
DOC.
Oh wow. Did she take his voice? Did she take his voice? Hey, Erykah, what you be doing? Because everybody be like, she got like some type of power. Like, what if she took his voice?
You saying that she got him in a car accident or something? Why would you say that?
Nah, I'm saying she might did some voodoo shit. Because you see, crazy. Like, because as messy as like artist to artist discourse is, as far as like their relationships, nobody has ever said anything bad about Erykah Badu. I think it's for a reason. I think they know she got some power.
You think that she a witch? She a succubus?
I think she understands the ways of the spiritual.
I agree. When she was questioned about this, she said it's not just men, it's women too, and it's children and it's animals. It's everything and everybody.
Moni gotta chill. She did, like, she changes people once they come into her cipher, no pun intended, they change. Like Andre 3000 went through a complete re-becoming of himself when he dated her. So did Common. Like, so I think that it may just be that her gravitational pull is so strong that once you get into like her safe space, like it's so maybe not programmed, but kind of program that you kind of got to get with the program to coexist. If that makes sense.
I think she got a different something that is strong, is pull strong. She got something different that got a strong pull to it.
I think so. I think so too. Yeah. She made a candle out of it or something, didn't it?
No, I think that was that other lady. That was that white lady.
I think she put out a candle of her scent.
No, that was I don't know if she did too, but the one I'm thinking of is the white lady that married the dude from Coldplay. Gwyneth Paltrow.
She did it too. Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah. Oh, Erykah Badu put out incense.
Oh, it's an incense. Okay.
Yeah, the white lady put out a candle.
Okay. That's nuts. That she was able to commodify it like that. Like, hey, this is the algorithm of my essence, and I'm gonna put it in an incense. So when you listening to my music, you can like smell me. And that's what I'm saying. Like, once you get in there, if she's able to give that experience to people she's never met, imagine being in a room with Erykah Badu.
It ain't gonna happen to me. Absolutely not.
You might not make it out the same. That's all
Absolutely
I'm saying.
Not.
Erykah Badu's gravitational force is probably unparalleled. Like, I think Erykah Badu. Oh, I'm about to get killed in the comments. Let me just burst myself. I think whatever people like, whatever the Twitter conversation is about who Beyonce is, as far as behind the scenes, I think Erykah Badu is that in real life. Like, oh, Beyonce is with, all of the research on with the Oshun and like the different African tribes and the aliens and all this shit. I think that is Erykah Badu's entire life journey, understanding all of that shit. Like, I think she was wearing copper 20 years ago. Like, I think she's delved into the esoteric for the last 30 years. And you can tell by how the metamorphosis takes place with everybody that comes into her orbit. Hold on, say what? Okay. Well, do you agree? Do you disagree? Am I reaching? How you feel about that?
You think she a witch? Or she just one of them like woo woo spiritual ones?
Yeah. I think she's more woo woo than anything. Yeah.
She get men kind of like in tune with their feminine side and their true spirit. You know, when somebody asked her what you do to make men fall in love with you, she said, "Listen to them."
And that's all a man need for real. Like, cause it's like, dang, you really like care about me. You really like me. And the whole time she could just be taking information, trying to see how to best curate an experience for you. And then you look up and all of your favorite things have been assembled. And now you can't leave because she's made it so inviting for you. So I won't say she's a witch per se, because I think that's a negative connotation. But I does think she has found a way to wield her power in every way possible.
With the spirit, like really in tune with the spirit.
Yeah.
And the human condition.
Mm-hmm.
In psychology.
I think she I think her prayers sound a bit different from what we would conventionally think. I'll say that. I definitely think her prayers are a little bit different than what we be used to. But I got another question to ask you, and this is kind of let's go through. Let me not rush. Who's your favorite of the pre-2016 era, that blog era? Did you say Kendrick was, or was he just the first person you picked?
Oh, you mean the favorite from that era?
Yeah, whoever your favorite, not necessarily the best, but whoever your favorite was.
Kanye.
Okay.
I know. Look, I'm not gonna stick up for him. Okay, I'm not sticking up for him. I'm not one of them people that's gonna try to excuse what he do. Okay,
I got you.
College Dropout was the first rap album I ever owned. It was a present to my brother when I was 7 years old. I mean, it was present from my brother when I was 7 years old.
I got
So, but I'm not going. Never mind. I'm not going to defend Kanye West. I don't care.
you. Don't end up like.
I'm not. That's why I said never mind. I said never mind. I'm not going to defend Kanye West. That's all I'm gonna say.
But I will say this. I still got, where is it? The stuff inverted. I still got Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy up. I still got 808s up. He's had a huge impact. Like, you look at a lot of the people who either took after him or like attached themselves to him, whether it be Childish Gambino, Tyler, Cuddy, Travis, like his quote unquote lineage has led to a lot of great artists. And he's put out some great music, whether or not he's contributed to it the way we would like for him to, or not. Kanye is musically one of the most important people in hip hop history. So it's nothing wrong with saying that that he's one of those artists. So who are you taking top 5 from the SoundCloud streaming era? So that's, I guess, post 2016 into as far up to current as you want to go.
So are you talking about people that came out around that time or came?
Yeah, they came into prominence, because I can't really track when everybody came out. But yeah, when people started to come into, or the people that are maybe dubbed SoundCloud rappers. So I'm assuming that's like Uzi, Cardi, Ski Mask, Pumping, all the lil niggas. Like the lil niggas for Juice WRLD.
Okay, so like SoundCloud or post SoundCloud. Denzel.
Yeah, that's a great choice. That's a great choice.
Curry. I feel like I gotta pick Cardi.
Okay.
I gotta pick Cardi. Nah, I don't really fuck with Chance. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's if that's like a controversial opinion. I don't really fuck with Chance the Rapper like that. I've never really fucked with Chance the Rapper. I'm just being honest.
I thought Vic Mensa was better.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's a good one. No Name. I love No Name. Telephone came out in 2018. I'm gonna give it to Kodak, because he was rapping Florida. So it was Dell. I don't want to pick 21 Savage. I can't stand 21 Savage.
It's a lot of choices. You don't have to pick them if you don't want to.
I'm trying to think. I'm really trying to go through my Rolodex. Who did I say so far? I said Zell, Cardi, No Name, Kodak, and
yeah, that's the 3. That's the 3 you said.
That was 4.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, so let me try to think of mine real quick. And while I think one of my guys, he kind of extends back to the blog era a little bit, but he kind of was a late bloomer because of some behind the scenes stuff. But Isaiah Rashad, I really like the Denzel Curry. Travis Scott, even though he was a late, like he kind of, like he did Rodeo and all of that stuff, but he kind of like exploded onto the scene with Astro World. Even though Birds is probably my favorite project from him.
Oh, I done forgot about Travis Scott, but I'm not really a huge Travis Scott fan either.
Let me see who else. Unsung hero. So this will be honorable mention. West Side Boogie. So Tyler, Travis, Travis, uh damn, who did I say? Tyler, Travis, Westside Boogie. I go ahead and put him in there. I give it to Jid, and what's another guy that I failed to mention? I know he doesn't make rap music exclusively, but Anderson .Paak.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna pick my last one for my fifth. I'm gonna pick Roddy Ricch. By the way, I'm not from Florida. I'm not from Florida. I saw somebody in the chat say I was from Florida. I'm from California. But I said repping Florida because I think it's you know, I was trying to pick people from all over the country. But last one I'm gonna pick Roddy Ricch. I was really, really hopeful for Roddy Ricch. I'm still holding on hope. Okay. I really, really fuck with his sound.
It's over with.
No.
It's
Why
over
would
with
you
for
say
Roddy.
that?
It is over with.
No, give him a chance, okay? He gonna drop Navy Blue at some point. Postpone the album again.
It's over with. I'm sorry.
No, he's not. No, it's not. He gonna drop his album, and okay. Listen, if his album is trash, I'm gonna drop him from my list. But right now, he on my list.
Okay, let me swap one West Side Gang member with another. I completely forgot this person. I'm gonna swap Boogie, put him back on honorable mention, and pull in Vince Staples. That's who I forgot to mention. Let me put him into that 5 from the blog era. And I think the person that I would say is my favorite from the streaming era. I'm gonna go Tyler. I think Tyler has the most impressive evolution. Like he's with the last 3 albums that he released, he was able to do so much musically. So I think not Travis, but Tyler is most definitely my favorite artist from the 2015s coming forward. What about you?
Like my favorite now?
Yeah, if you had to pick a favorite, yeah.
From this era?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Kendrick. I don't know if that count.
I mean, it can't. I mean, hey, because you said Kanye, so and he kind of extended into the blog era, and Kendrick kind of extended into the stream. So I mean, that's fair. I can give you that. And I would say from the blog era, mine was Kendrick, and then this next era was Tyler the Creator. I got a question for you. Let me see. If you were if you were trapped in a room with Drake, Doja Cat, and Lil Pump, and you had to save one,
this is a nightmare blunt rotation. I have to save one.
And who would it be? But the person that you saved is the only person you can ever listen to again musically. And I'm gonna say that again: Doja Cat, Drake, and Lil Pump. And whoever you saved, you got to listen to them exclusively until you die.
Okay. I will pick Doja so I can get an interview.
Okay. Hey, y'all help her get y'all. She's offering $300 if y'all can get her in contact with Doja Cat's representation for that interview.
If I save her life, she is obligated to give me an interview. Right?
Yeah. You wouldn't even have to go through the
I'm
other
not
process.
asking for nothing crazy for saving your life.
So is this interview gonna be like R. Kelly and
R. Kelly and
Gayle King, or is it gonna be like Big Boy and Kanye West? Are you gonna like try to like, hey, we already know. I just want you to tell us so I can be the one that got you to say it, like Gayle King did to R. Kelly.
It's
are you
gonna
gonna
be
poke and
more
pry
like
like Big Boy did?
it's gonna be more like Jeanette McCurdy on Eric Andre.
Okay.
Or Amber Rose on Eric Andre. I think that's a better comparison. You ever seen the Eric Andre show?
I have. Who is that?
Eric Andre, he I guess he's a comedian.
Okay.
And he used
Okay.
to do a what's it called? Okay, well, here's the thing, right? I would hope that it would be, in my mind, it would be close to an Eric Andre interview, but I feel like it would turn out like a Dr. Phil or Oprah.
Oh, so you trying
Like
to
I feel
save him
like
from
it
yourself?
no, I feel like it would naturally veer into that territory. Like if it started out kind of like lighthearted, I feel like at some point I'm gonna start asking like real like, so why at some point I'm gonna ask her why she don't like black people.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna be flat like that. I want no answer. We're gonna dive deep into this. How come there was no black people in your dance troupe? When I heard that she was dancing for like hip hop dancing, I was like, let's get this little dance troupe, and it was all bruh.
Yeah, I saw that part, and you was like, it was a couple Mexicans, a couple Asians, and it may have been one black dude.
It was one big old black dude that looked like Michael from The Blind Side.
And I just pulled up Eric Andre, and I could be wrong because I haven't seen it, but is this kind of like akin to like Between the Ferns with
yeah, it's some
okay, so it would so I could see where you would that would definitely fit based off what I get from you. So it'd be joking then out of nowhere. So tell me about you not liking black people.
At some point, I'm gonna just have that be like, okay, so we're gonna get into some like I want to know, or like why you hate black men specifically. Is it just because you don't got a dad, or is it because your brother knocked your mama teeth out? Like what's
shit.
I forgot about that. Like her mom went to court for her to get a restraining order against her brother.
Oh wow. Okay, I did not know that. So she has like a very like interesting set of circumstances that created this individual we know as Doja Cat.
Yes, and I want to know what happened. I want to know what happened. Is it like daddy issues? Is that why he? Because like I know some people that turn out like some men that turned out like that too because they dad was in their life. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm very curious.
Briss Breezy, if I'm not mistaken. I think he had like a bit of a familial issue that kind of led to him acting out as a teenager. So that makes sense. And now I want to ask you.
You mean the man that became a fake gangster at 30 years old?
Yeah, the one that most definitely. And while we're on the subject of dancing, I do want to ask you, like, which would you hate more? Elvis doing the moonwalk or Floyd Mayweather reading an audio book?
I would love to hear Floyd Mayweather read an audio book.
So you willing to take him doing the Breakfast Club, Charlotte McGay? Ooh, yeah, I got some names on y'all. So that would actually pique your fancy as opposed to
I would love to hear Floyd Mayweather read an audio book. How long is it?
48 Laws of Power.
Oh yeah, I'm reading that. I'm listening to that. I'm downloading Audible just like listen to that.
Somebody said pure comedy, but just trying to listen to him get through something like that, I feel like that'll be like that should be tortured in the worst way.
And it's Floyd Mayweather. This is Heart Media with the show Your Stripes movement. Wait. Floyd Mayweather with Heart Radio with the show Your Stripes movement. He couldn't read his own name.
That shit was crazy. What's good, y'all? It's Floyd Mayweather.
He couldn't read his own name.
That should be insane. I got a couple more questions I want to ask you because I know there's a looming conversation that I don't know if the people want us to have. But I feel like I want to address it strictly from making it a learning moment. But this is a question I want to ask you before we get to that, since we're talking about music. Um, what has your, because you've been doing a series where you've been letting your viewership pick an artist and you review their discography. And the most recent one was DMX. So I want to ask
Mm-hmm.
you, what have you learned, whether it be as a content creator or just as somebody who's consuming music, about artists or hip hop in general through that process?
I think what I learned is that the most important thing is to be authentic.
Okay.
And I think that authentic looks like a lot of different things. Like, for
Elaborate.
instance, Navjar, I think that's his first name. Nav got is the only artist with an F. He was so bad that we bumped Doja Cat up a tier because because the inauthenticity of his music was just like seeping. It was dripping. It was like you are trying to make the most generic trap music that you possibly can that easily pops up in an algorithm. And so when somebody picks like trap hits playlist, then your song pops up like 45 minutes into the playlist when they're not even paying attention, and then you get a stream. He makes music like that. Now, somebody like DMX, right? Maybe you don't like everything he says, okay? He talked about robbing people. He talked about doing crack. Talked about having a bunch of side pieces. Talk about how much he hates his wife, but then also how much he loves his wife. You know, so
Yeah.
it's like you know, he talks about people wanting people to be loyal to him, but also he had 11 children outside his marriage. But at the same time, what he talking about is real to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
So
this
he's not
really
betraying
is,
himself in this content that he's
yeah.
creating. Yeah.
This is really who he is. When you think about somebody like Future and he rap about how toxic of a person he is. When she catch me cheating, I would never tell her sorry. When she catch me cheating, I would never tell her sorry. He being serious. It's authentic. You may not like it, but that's who Future is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like in terms of like what connects with people, what people can vibe with, it really, well, I guess it depends on the person, because there are some people that really enjoy Nav for some reason. They enjoy him because he sounds like artists that they like already.
Yeah. I think he's a good, not a good, he's a good representation of what a facsimile sounds like from, I think he represents what gets lost in translation when like when trying to tell someone about hip hop, or like from the perspective of like, you have the game where you tell somebody something in their ear and then it goes down the line, and by the time it gets to the end, it's something completely different. I think that that's what Nav is. It's like, hey, like,
Telephone.
yeah, so like, hey, have you heard like the trap and all of this other stuff? So he takes all of those elements, but he doesn't have, going back to the soul of it, that essence to make everything tie together and sound authentic. But like, if you hear him in like a 10-second dose on a Travis Scott song, it doesn't sound like a problem. But if you're trying to play a Nav album, it's completely horrible, and you just hear all of the people that you would much rather listen to. And
That's exact.
that's kind of how I feel about Logic.
You wanna know how I feel about Logic? Logic is a white man.
He's biracial.
Logic is a white man. Logic
That's
is
what
a
he
white
says in his
man.
music.
Logic is a white man.
He's biracial.
His dad is biracial and his mom is white.
Okay.
He has a white wife and a white baby. He is white passing.
Yeah.
Logic is a white man.
So do you think that's why he, oh my God. Okay. So do you think that's why he feels so comfortable like taking styles from his peers? Is that a form of colonization in your opinion?
I mean, in a sense, because if you can be like, to him, he's like, oh, well, my dad is black. So it's okay for me to say the N word. It's okay for me to, you know, do what this person is doing. It's okay for me to, you know,
Yeah.
Because in his eyes, he's a part of the culture already. He's not a guest in his eyes. He already
Most definitely
belongs.
not. Especially once, because I don't know what happened to Logic. Like something around the release of that Everybody album, it's like his entire narrative changed to I'm just this young dude who loves rap and I'm super inspired by my peers to hey, like I'm a biracial propagandist now. And every album he has to let us know at least 5 to 7 times, regardless of the length of the album, he gotta tell us that he can say the word nigga. He gotta tell us that he's biracial, and he gotta ask us one question that he asks on every album: "Who can relate?" And it's like Logic, you're not you're stuck in this place that you're not willing to accept. And I think if you accepted that, you'd be much better off. Like I feel like Eminem doesn't try to placate to black people outside of like his aesthetic, but like musically, I don't feel like he does that. And I feel like Logic would have been a much better artist if he like grappled with the fact that he didn't have to placate and stop weaponizing what he learns in therapy. I think he would have been a much better artist in my opinion.
I'm whiter than the Mona Lisa. I'm blacker than my cousin Keisha.
Why her name Keisha?
That was what Logic said. I don't know
And
why
that's
her
why
name
I'm
Keisha.
asking. That's a hell of a stereotype.
Maybe
And
he
that's what I'm
really got a
saying.
cousin named Keisha. I don't know.
I think we all kind of hold on. Do I have a cousin named Keisha before I sit here and lie? But I got a sister named like a half sister named Kiki, so I think that kind of makes up for it a little bit. But I just think he just be leaning on those to be like, does that make me cool? Does that make me like y'all? I mean, hey, like, can I come sit with y'all now? But then a lot of your references are so obscure to the black community that you're not even doing the proper work to build a bridge. And that bridge we would accept you if you were just authentic. And that's why I agree with the part that you were saying about when you're inauthentic, it's just hard for any particular group of people to resonate with you because you're not telling a story that they can one-to-one relate to.
I mean, I don't think that people always have to one-on-one relate to it, but it's like I don't hate like I like Eminem, but I don't hate my mom. I don't got baby mama drama like him. I mean, well, yeah, I was an opioid addict, but like I don't like want to relate to him, but I can be able to see like I can hear him being authentic in his music. Chad, am I tripping or is Skip gone? Okay. Oh no, now it's just me. Uh-uh.
Okay, can you hold on? Can y'all see me? Can y'all see me?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. Well, I know what happened. My computer took a deep breath and just cut off.
Mine did that last night. But this computer is really old.
I don't know. This hold on. Hold on. My phone even tripping. Hold on. Okay. I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They can hear you.
Sorry, Lord Racer. You can't politic with absolute asking her to unblock you in the chat. Um, okay, so we were talking about Logic and him being white and how and how problematic his identity crisis is in hip hop.
Oh yeah, what I had said was I don't feel like you have to like necessarily like one-to-one relate to somebody. Like I was saying that I can't one-to-one relate to Eminem, but I can still feel like him being real in his music. Like he probably really do hate his baby mama. He really was on drugs like that. He really do, or he really did hate his mom. He even made a song called Headlights where he talked about how he had forgave his mom. So he was being for real when he was talking about he hated his mom. I don't hate my mom. I love my mama. I don't got a baby mama. But you know but I'm saying that like even like sometimes with certain artists you can see people that you know in them.
Yeah.
So like I know some people like DMX.
Me too.
I know people like Kendrick. I know some people like Jay-Z, unfortunately. I mean, I'm not gonna say unfortunately.
Hold on. I'm gonna table that. We'll come back. Keep going.
I'm not gonna say unfortunately because you know he cool, but like it's that black capitalist mindset, really.
Okay.
That's the issue. I know people like Nicki Minaj. You know, it's like you can see these people and the people that you know. And I even had a friend that was like Eminem when I was in college. He was a heroin addict. Shout out to him. He dope. Literally.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right there.
He's like, a real person.
Like kick rocks or smoke them, and then like face doesn't change, or like he's dope, but he's on. Come on, Kiki, you got to see what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, but I'm being serious. That was my homie, for real.
I know, and that's what makes it so
funny. That was my dog. We live together.
He on dog food, but he dope. That's crazy as fuck. Okay, so it kind of somebody said that's a bar. So, have you ever like had? Because I feel like everybody who like does like music commentary or like reactions or anything that would be considered a deep dive has the passion for the genre beyond just being a bystander. Like, is there any alternative universe where you see yourself like as a full-time recording artist?
Okay. So I've been making music since I was like 15.
Mm-hmm.
It was trash. I'm locked out of that SoundCloud account, so I can't even take it off the internet. But I'm not gonna tell nobody what that SoundCloud account was called. I started making beats again. Like I took a long break, so I joined the military. I started making music when I was in the military, and then I started making beats again like 3-ish years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I started rapping on the beats because you know the producer community on YouTube is very saturated.
Yes.
And so I felt like the best way, I was trying to go the Dr. Dre route, where you rap on the beats to promote the production.
Facts. Okay, I see where you're going.
You know, I was trying to go that route. And so I feel like in an alternate universe where I never joined the military and I had the ability to just like make beats all day and then like rap on them, put them on SoundCloud until they got attention. Maybe I would have made a dope song for real and then blew up. But now I don't know. Maybe I'm too old now.
Well, based off Will Smith, you can never be too old.
Yeah, Will Smith was already rapping. He took a break.
Yeah, a big time break. But I just think, and I think what we're learning in this era, and this is a good, because I want to ask you about a couple of albums from last year, and whether or not you listened to them, or if so, what you thought of them. But I think we're now going into the era where a lot of the legends are showing that there's an ability to gracefully age in the genre, or at least attempt to. So based off what Killer Mike said when he won the Grammy, you're never too old. So if that is something that you have in mind, I feel like
I mean, I like to think that. But it's like I feel like it's kind of split. Like even I saw somebody like 21 Savage who, well, I think he older than me. But seeing somebody like 21 Savage say that you never too old.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was talking to Shannon Sharp, and he was like, "Why don't you start rapping? You can start rapping if you wanted to." And he was like, "Man, nobody want to hear me rap." And he was like, "Well, how many like 50-year-old men are there in the world? They'll probably listen to you."
But it's like Shannon Sharp has a terrible.
I mean, no, I don't think that he was being like legit like Shannon
Okay,
Sharp rap, but he was saying like it don't really matter who you are. If you want to do it, you can do it.
yeah,
And
I agree.
so it's like there's that side where people are like, just make the music. Whoever's going to listen is going to listen. And there's the other side where it's people that's like, rap is a young man's game.
Yeah,
Old
most
people. So
definitely.
it's like I don't know if that's genuine discourse from within the community or if that's people that are like from the outside looking in and saying that they only like to listen to people that are young.
Yeah, because it is fragmented, very much fragmented. Like, and we can see that in the sales performance, even though the culture in itself and what the genre was created for isn't meant to be dictated, excuse me, by commercial success. You can definitely see a drop off once you pass a certain age because it's heavily consumed by people of a certain demographic. And that's kind of between like 13, 14 to maybe mid 30s. And after that, there starts to be a drop off because either the people at that age, being me, I'm 35, I'm starting to have those like those conflicts of whether or not I want to hear a certain artist that I would run to listen to 10 years ago. So I think that as the consumers grow, they start to want to hear music that lines up more with their sensibility. So I think it would be just more about what content you would want to project and then seeing what the shelf life of that is as far as the people that want to hear it. But for me personally, I think I got about three. I have enough for two projects individually, and I have a third one that's a collab project with one of my homeboys from the city. And I think from my perspective, I would just make them to say that I made them. And I realized that that was really the case was when I sent my cousin who was 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the industry for a long time. And she called me back and asked me what did I want to do. And that shit threw me like, I was like, whoa. Like I'm 34 at the time. I don't want to have to go city to city trying to push my music to people. I don't want to do all of that shit. So I get what you're saying from the aspect of it is a young man's game because you have to want like desperately to do those things that will get you noticed and give you the time to progress in the music industry to become somebody that has a broad fan base. So I definitely get that. Oh, can we slander Hobson? I don't know enough about him to slander him outside of the
I have
context.
played some of his music on my stream last night.
Well, while we think about slandering Hobson, let me read these super chats and I'll start from the top. Let me see. Okay. Shout out to D2B2. Doja slander is welcome here. Hashtag hip hop lives here. D2B2 again. Doja Cat be on OnlyClans showing feet. D2B2. Who was blackfishing the worst? Doja, Aubrey Graham, or Rachel Dolezal? Rachel was a complex case because she was actually trying to help the people. But I do think it's dangerous to just like moonlight as a black person.
She could have just been white and tried
She
to
could
help
have.
people.
I guess I think she wanted to like be able to bump shoulders and be like, hey, sister. I think she wanted to try to embody the experience. So I think she might have wanted to be black more than she wanted to help people. So she might be the worst one. But she didn't have the biggest voice. Why you think it's Audrey?
You know, I'm gonna say something else that that Drake and Doja Cat have in common. Is that I noticed that Doja Cat hates black men, but I noticed that she is always finding like a black girl to shout out. She's always finding a black woman to shout out. And one thing that she said a couple days ago, maybe like last week or something, she said, Doechii is my inspiration and she's here to stay. And I feel like what I realized is that she tried to surround herself with the black women that she wants to embody. The same thing that Drake do with the black men that he surround himself with.
Damn.
But when I see like that, was that the start from the bottom video was the worst behavior video where Drake was in Memphis?
Yeah, on the worst behavior video. Yeah, he was in Memphis.
When I see that, and I'm like, yo, daddy was not letting you go outside. He was not, when you was visiting him once a year or whatever, he was not letting you go outside. Stop acting like that. But then I can definitely see that. Rachel Dolezal with the box braids sitting in the pool. I was like, oh no. It's gotta be one of them.
She was so heavy-handed with it. And I think, and like you said, the craziest thing about it is, like, if she was just doing what she was doing, it wouldn't have been a problem. But she just had to take it to the next step in blackface. And when we look at Drake, he did the exact same thing, but we don't know the reason behind his. It was some artsy bullshit that didn't cross over well at all. But this one is D2B2. Okay, we already read that one about him washing them. I don't 100% agree, but I can see what he's coming from. Shout out to Down in Dixie. Three Stacks broke my heart. That broke her heart, I guess. That's what the song Green Eyes was about. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that one. Have you heard this song? Green Eyes?
No, it's Rachel Dolezal on OF.
No. She got her OnlyFans? Or was he talking about Doja Cat with showing feet?
It say Rachel is on OF too now.
That's nasty work. I wonder if she doing like the ethnic thing still.
Is Doja and Doechii going to turn into a Drake and Kendrick situation years from now? I hope so.
That'll be beautiful. Because
you know Doechii opened up for Doja.
Yeah.
Kendrick opened up for Drake.
The symmetry of it would make it seem, and I'll be old at that point in time. I'll be in my 40s. Not old, but I'll be older. I would probably say it looks contrived at that point in time because it's like a complete rinse and repeat. Almost identical. I think it
depends on how the buildup is. If it just comes out of nowhere, then it's like, because this was built up over 10 years or 10 plus years. I think it depends on how the buildup is. If it's like little stuff over time that starts to become bigger and bigger and little sneak this and stuff, and then like a big show off, I could see that. But if it just comes out of nowhere, I would be like, yeah, this is definitely trying to do a redo. It depends on how authentic the beef is.
Yeah, because I'm starting to think now, the more we find out about the debacle with the big three, a part of my mind kind of like battles with, because I get into conspiracy land a lot. Some of it just lines up too well, if that makes sense. And it may just be, what you say?
Who would be the J. Cole in their situation?
They don't have one. Yeah, they don't have one, because it would be someone who's behind but has conflict that we don't know at the time. She's not gonna make
it. Though, because wasn't Ice Spice talking hella shit about Doechii in text messages?
Yeah, I think so. Kind of saying some black shit.
She was saying she was the chosen dark skin.
And is that around the time that the narrative started about the Harriet Tubman music?
That's a little bit after. I think this Ice Spice thing happened a few months ago.
Oh, okay. Because I know right after Not Like Us video dropped, I think Doechii's album dropped. And then probably around GNX, the tone and how people view Doechii sharply turned. And then it turned into slave music and all this other shit. So
I feel like that came from Drake fans.
It did. I think because they were looking at any way to kind of slander anything or anyone connected to Kendrick. Ironically enough, it never touched SZA. And I'm not saying this because I'm trying to speak it. She never caught really any negative attention or press through the process of this whole thing, outside of people trying to say she was the mole around the time 616 in LA dropped?
Who?
SZA.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
you
was
saying
a
that
small
SZA would be
fear.
J. Cole?
No, if we're doing the mole, but if we're talking about J. Cole being the person who starts it and then backs up and then has an identity crisis after the fact, I don't think it's a woman rapper or woman artist who could fit that particular thing, or just a person chasing them. I don't know. Because I think the one thing that I've noticed about women in hip hop, maybe outside of Doja Cat, is women aren't as afraid to be authentic as men seem to be. And I have someone in particular that reminds me of that. I was listening to her album the other day because I was, trying to get the reviews together. But Glorilla.
Oh, I love her album.
Yeah, I was listening to Glorious, and she's honest to a point where it feels painful to listen to sometimes. Like the song with Money Long.
That
I don't know.
nigga don't deserve my friend. You don't know what to do with a bad bitch. I love that song.
And I was listening to it and I'm just like, wow. Like her having that type of conversation with her friend, I think that type of honesty and the way she presented it could be good for the Black community, even though people look at her music as being like young, ratchet, turned up, like reckless. That era of, because I don't like, I've been listening to Deontay Kyle, and I'm kind of getting off of using the YN term because I've been listening to him, but just that type of energy, and we kind of relegate her to that space. But when you listen to her album, like it's some really deep cuts on that album. Like that, I the first time I listened to the gospel song, I thought it was kind of like on the nose because she's from the South.
Yeah.
And anytime you have a Southern artist, at some point they gotta have a choir. Big Crit had one. Chica from Alabama, from where I'm from, on her debut project, she had one. Glorilla had one. I think Rick Ross had one. Like it's just a par for the course for Southern artists. And I feel like when I heard hers, especially hearing Kirk Franklin, it was just like this shit on the nose. But once I listened to her rapping, it was just like, I don't think anything is fake about Glorilla, like outside of her like cosmetic surgery. I think she's extremely honest and painfully honest. So I just don't know if it's a female fake enough to take the J. Cole role. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm sorry for taking you around the world, but that's what I was saying.
No, I see what you're saying. That's funny though. I like the build up and punchline.
So, like while I was on that dash, have you thought of anybody who could fit the J. Cole spot?
Okay, let's see. Maybe they arise within the next few years.
Okay.
Maybe this because I can't think of nobody that's like really not like tries to be like nice like that.
Okay.
Like I mean, we could say somebody like Meg because she's had like a positive relationship with both of these women. You say somebody like Cardi if she ever try to make music again, but I don't see that happening.
What about Lotto? She kind of fits like.
Well, here the thing is that she has a positive relationship with who would be the Kendrick in the relationship, which don't really make sense.
So did J. Cole.
But yeah, but I don't know if Lotto and Doja have a relationship.
Oh, okay. So you saying she doesn't? Okay. I got you. So let me see what else, because that was a good one that came from. Okay, shout out to Muddy Huddy with the $10 super sticker. Shout out to Habitual Line Stepper with the $20 super sticker. Let me see. Shout out to Miss Mia. She said, baby call me Vincent Van Gogh because I'm cutting my ear off. I'm thinking this is referring to the Floyd Mayweather audio book. And Down in Dixie said, I'm here for the joint cold crash out. It may happen. I feel like we're kind of on the road to getting there, but it may happen. Let me see. Down in Dixie again, 3 stack broke Erykah's heart. Type of okay. And lastly, shout out to everybody 40 plus and fine, and definitely not old. Skip. I mean in hip hop terms. Like once you hit a certain age in hip hop, it don't matter what you do, people are going to look at you as old, and that goes into the whole ageism conversation. Hold on real quick. What's up, buddy? Come here. How was the jump on? You up or you about to go to sleep? Okay. Well, come say good night before you go to sleep, buddy. All right, good night. What's that? Thank you, buddy. I love you. Okay. Let me see. Shout out to Moni in the chat. She said the female rapper has to be somewhat relevant and respected. Nobody respects Young Miami or Ruby Rose as a rapper.
Young Miami is the girl that was getting peed on by P Diddy. Don't nobody respect her. Get that out of here.
What? Oh, okay.
Am I tripping? Or that was
no,
Miami, right?
No, you're 100% right. She said she liked golden showers. I just had forgot.
I'm not gonna care the opinion of nobody that got peed on by Diddy.
Oh my God, Kiki.
Girl, get that sweat out of here.
Okay, so let me ask you about the old nigga rap albums. It's 2 old nigga rap albums that I found like very entertaining last year, and I just want to know if you heard them, and if so, what you think. LL Cool J with The Force, and the Auditorium Volume 1 with Common and Pete Rock.
I heard LL Cool J's album.
Okay.
Wait, did Nas didn't drop last year?
He hadn't dropped in a while. I think Magic 3 was maybe early 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe I just listened to it last year. Because he had like 6 albums in like 3 years that I had to catch up on.
Yeah.
I was catching up on those slowly and surely. I liked both of them. They were both fine. But it's also like I feel like they rap into they people.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
But it's just fine to do. Like rap to the people that have been following you forever.
Yeah. And that kind of fits that a callback to the Wale, like he's going into that era where I'm only projecting to my core fan base, because the intro to the Common album, and we're not gonna stand alone, but it just kind of makes your point. It was him having a dream about being in like a venue with all of the late great Black artists, whether they're alive currently or if they've passed, and it just sounds like the version of hip hop that maybe somebody who's under 30 wouldn't respect or necessarily understand unless they're a real deal hip hop head. So I do think that whole first verse may fly over a lot of casual people heads, so they might not listen to it or attach to it.
Did Ice Cube drop last? Oh, that was last year, huh?
He did. Kendrick before Kendrick. I haven't gotten to that one yet.
No, man.
And Ghostface Ghostface dropped
too.
I hadn't heard Snoop either.
My brother had played me some Snoop album. I wasn't a huge fan of it. I'm not gonna lie. And that was supposed to be like 20 years of 30 years after Doggy Style.
Yeah.
And that's
dang, he didn't do it justice. That's
people
tough.
Kind of like really forget that Snoop Dogg has been dropping like a project every year ever since Doggy Style.
Yeah, because he
got like 25 albums.
Because I'm not the biggest Snoop Dogg fan. Of course, Doggy Style is what it is, but I think he's more style than substance. And I think his style didn't progress enough for him to stay at least moderately current in the era where that really mattered. And of course, he would have like moments like Beautiful with Pharrell, but that was because Pharrell brought it current, and he had a ear for what was going on at the time. And I think Dr. Dre makes Dr. Dre music, and it's timeless in essence. But if you have 2 people from a certain era, and neither one of them are doing anything to try to cut through and at least make it partially recognizable in this space, it's not gonna do well. And I saw somebody else say that Missionary was bad.
There was like a couple good songs on there.
I think I heard one.
A couple.
Damn,
it was not good.
Out of how many? 20?
I'm sure it had a lot of songs on there. My brother was playing it for me while we was on a long drive to LA. And I was like, what is this? He was like, what you mean, what is this? Snoop Dogg. That's what my brother sound like.
And it wasn't hidden, so
it was not hidden. I was like, oh, it got 16 songs on there.
Damn. And for you to say a couple, that means it's trash. And it's okay. It's okay. He just, I think he probably should have listened to 3K more than LL did, if that was the case.
I feel like in general, like I kind of do and don't feel like Dr. Dre's sound is timeless. Like somebody like people that are known for producing like boom bap, for instance, right? Boom bap is sort of like it has to be timeless because that was like the original essence of like what that was like the original version of the art, right? So that one has to it has survived by default. I feel like Dr. Drake has kind of like stagnated almost, and I feel like he's stagnated because he's constantly working with the same people.
Okay.
I feel like if he what was that little white girl he was supposed to be working with? I need a doctor. Call me a doctor.
Is that Skylar Grey? Is that Skylar Grey? Or is that somebody else? Okay.
Yeah. Skylar Grey. What happened to her?
Eminem always seems to find her.
He does always seem to find her. She do end up on a lot of his projects.
She must have shared her location with Eminem because anytime he's doing an album, he always finds Skylar Grey. Because I think she was on the Death of Slim Shady. If not, it was somebody that sounded just like her. So
she was either on that one or she was on she was definitely on Music to Be Murdered By. She was definitely on that one on a song called Black Magic.
Nah, this comment is nuts. She's Eminem's Anna Wise. That's crazy. And based on the video that you did,
she was on Temporary. She was on Temporary on Death.
Okay, I knew I had heard her. So the video you did about Kendrick being the new Eminem, I know that wasn't what you were referring to, but that's a wild parallel.
It is
of them having like go-to artists that help define a certain particular part of their sound. But I don't know if I want to crash out on J. Cole.
J. Cole don't have one? Who's his person?
J. Cole, Kill Edward.
That's him.
I know. That's the point. And that's why his music is what it is.
Because he's very much very, very adamant on doing as much of it himself as possible.
Yeah. And it's respectable until the music doesn't.
I agree.
Meet the level.
The music stagnates.
Yeah, because I think that's what happened to, I don't know how much you listen to Big Crit, but I think that's what happened to him too. And I think he realized it too late and he didn't have a fan base to support him through that process like J. Cole did.
I mean, that's how I felt listening to DMX discography.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time I heard them goddamn brass instruments, and I was like, oh my God, is this a Swizz beat? Oh my God, it's a Swizz beat. Oh,
same drum pattern every single time.
I was so tired of that. Because like I was saying that like it seemed like a lot of producers sort of have a signature like instrument that they lean on.
Excuse me.
When they feel like, oh, I feel like this song is missing something. And they go, oh, what about flute? Maybe this needs a flute. It needs a flute. It needs a flute. That's how like Polo G ended up being called Piano G. Because the instrument he always leaned on was the piano. And I feel like Swizz Beatz chose like the worst instrument to lean on, and that was brass. Trumpets, tubas, Stop it. That's why his beats was always so loud.
And now, yep. And then under that, it's the exact same drum pattern every single time. Boom, cat, 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 boom, boom. Like, but it's the same thing every single time. So now, 25 years later, it's like I don't want to hear, see, or think about Swiss Beats in relation to music ever again, because he's given us so much of the same shit. Like, I remember hearing his voice on one of the Nas songs from one of the King's Disease albums, and I almost cut it off because it's just like, why do you exist still? Like,
what did he do in Saudi Arabia?
Who, Swiss Beats?
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully not pee on anybody. Like, hopefully not.
They dookie on people there.
Also, it's a different subgenre of
but I don't know why I keep on hearing people talk about, whenever I talk about Swiss Beats, they bring up Saudi Arabia.
I have no idea. If y'all care to mention in the chat, let us know.
Please let us know.
It was. Well, I don't know if this is the song I'm talking about. Just the whole ass miss. That's shout out to you with the name. But on the song when it started, he was like, Nas with the poetry. It's just like, Swiss, shut the fuck. Like, nobody asked you for that. That shit was so unnecessary. It's just like you had to do that. I don't know if it was the secure publishing or something, but so what did he do, Absa? Like,
I'm curious.
Yeah, because y'all started something now. Because now I'm curious to know what he did. Like, people keep bringing it up. Swiss Beats in Saudi Arabia. Playing in that mud.
No, he not. No, that's not what y'all telling me he was doing. That's probably why him and Alicia never got into an argument.
Oh my god. Okay, Absa said, I'm talking politics. I don't know about any petty issue did. Okay. Okay, but Moni said playing in that mud, and I think we all know what that means. I think it's more in line with what Kiki said with we just gonna leave it right there. I think it was more in line with what Kiki said. I don't know a way to dress that up and make it not sound bad. So it was okay. So I say it this way: when I was talking about Drake's situation on the last stream, it's the opposite about why Drake can't, like, why he has to have a very fragmented sense of self if he let that happen. But since I brought him up and we were talking about the big three and stuff, I'm not gonna ask you about any embarrassing moments in your life, of course, because I don't want to do that.
What?
But like, okay, so on the last stream, I went on a long diatribe about Drake getting peed on, right?
Oh, he's peed on his leg by T.I. friend.
Yeah, and how I think that plays into a lot of his machismo over the second half of his career. So much so that it's gotten to a toxic point to where now he's still trying to defend himself, not even against Kendrick and UMG, but more from situations like that happened where he didn't defend himself. So I'll ask you that. Do you think that something like hypothetically being peed on could lead to the individual that we know now is Drake and how he presents himself? Like super misogynistic, super presenting himself in this tough manner with the mob ties and all of this other shit, the gang handshakes. Do you think that is some type of representation of him trying to save himself identity-wise from what happened to him earlier in his career?
I think that the canon event was Rihanna saying that her and Drake were never in a relationship.
Okay.
I think that it was because here's the thing, and I feel like I know somebody like Drake. And it's unfortunate because they also know Drake. But it's sort of this idea of like, can I make a powerful woman submit to me? And he can't. He tried to do it with Serena. It didn't work. Try to do it with
J-Lo.
Oh yeah, he tried to do it with J-Lo. It didn't work. And then I think that Rihanna was like the real one that it was like, oh, okay, so everybody, and then on top of that, it was not only that Rihanna, he feels like she played with him. I think it was also like him also finding out it wasn't that she couldn't be like, she wouldn't submit herself to a man or whatever. It's that it wasn't gonna be him. Cause then it's like, oh, but she having this man's baby and he's not as rich as me. He's not as popular as me. He's not as tall as me, whatever, what have you. So what's up with him? Why is that the guy? And I think that that was kind of the moment where he was like trying to figure out what is it that is making these women not pick me.
Damn.
And that's what turned him into like ultra misogynistic, ultra masculine. I feel like he it's clear that he not, but he trying.
Very
Surrounding
hard.
himself with nothing but unemployed men.
So he by default is the big fish in the small pond. So they have to kind of like magnify him, and that feeds into the masculine side of his ego, like as far as like, yeah, as far as like his friend group and all of that. Like he's perpetually the biggest guy at the table. And then with the women, he goes and picks women who are easily accessible. And that's why he's willing to go through all of the like, I guess, trials and tribulations of dating younger girls, because he knows that they will see him for the facade and not the person that's underneath, at least till they are exposed to him for a prolonged period of time. And he can, in his mind, just say, but I hit though, and never have to come to grips with someone equally yoked with me didn't like me. So with you saying that, that makes a lot of sense. Hearing that from a woman's perspective makes a lot of sense. Just like, dang, he's just a scorned woman.
It's like what Joe Scott said: if you can tell me what to do, you can tell me what to do. If you can't tell me what to do, you can't tell me what to do.
Plain
And
and simple.
Rihanna said, you can't tell me what to do.
And ever since then, to your point, I guess he's trying to find people who he can, and it's just been getting more and more difficult over time. So now he's just crashing out because he feels like now he can't dictate how people see him in either light. And the only people that still do are the people he's paying. Take that as you will. I'll just say that.
I mean, I think it's also the people that want what the facade that he has on. It's the people that actually want to be that.
Yeah.
That support him too. Like they see this guy with money and tall and girls and traveling all the time, big house, and despite like all of that covering up other stuff, they're like, I want to be that. So I like Drake.
Uh-oh. And yeah, I think that yeah, because they're looking at it from their perspective. Like, maybe if I was in his spot, people would look at me how I look at him. And that's why I was possibly confused about it being like homoerotic attachment that men have to Drake. Like a lot of men that like his music have that weird attachment. But maybe it's, like you said, like maybe aspirationism. Like they just want what he has more so than wanting to be him, and being next to him, that proximity allows them to sample what they desire so much, which is his position more so than being him or being, I guess, with him. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to see you crash out on camera.
No, it's my dog. I think I gotta take my dog to the bathroom quick. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
Thank you. I'm being.
When she come back to the stage, I will add her on. Let me read some of these super chats while she stepped away. Shout out to D2B2. Never let a man piss on your leg, son. Such a wild bar in and out of context. Also, very useful advice to a boy who doesn't have proper guidance. That's a fact. Because even though it may not be like piss directly, it's just don't give anybody the green light to disrespect you that way. I got a story I feel like I can share. My son was at school the other day, and since they sent us back into the building, we've been our schedules have shifted, so we've had to put him in after school care. And he came home the other day, and my wife was like, your son got in trouble at after school care. I was like, what happened? And he was like, well, she was like, one of the boys said he'll unalive him. And my son said, I'm gonna kick your ass. And initially, as a father, my first feeling was pride, because I was just glad that he stood up for himself. Like, I didn't even care that he. What's up, baby? Good night, baby. I love you. Bye. You want to give me a hug? Go get some sleep, okay? But yeah, I was proud, because in that moment, with nobody being around, like family or anything like that, to stand up for him, he stood up for himself. So he didn't even get in trouble. Like, it ain't no way for him to get in trouble with me for a situation like that, because I don't want to negatively reinforce him to the point where he feels like he can't be vocal, or put his feet down when he feel like somebody trying to get him to step back. Because once you start to get pushed back like that, it's hard to kind of stop it without getting in a position that Drake's in, where you have to over exaggerate or overextend yourself to the point where you're unrecognizable. And at the end of the day, you're still scared in the background. You're just finding things to put in the way of it. Like, you talk big boy shit, but you got 6'9", 290-pound security niggas in front of you. So I was super proud. I was super prideful about that as a father. So going into the don't let a man piss on your leg, you have to, as a man, you have to get to a point where it's just some shit that you're just not gonna tolerate. And I feel like before Drake got to that point, it was too late, and now he's beyond saving, because he's still battling those old demons. Shout out to D2B2. He said, old niggas slapping young niggas, huh? Imagine that. Where you from? that Canada shit, man. I just think he wasn't exposed to a lot of shit. So I think when he was experiencing microaggressions, he wasn't noticing the subtle cues that would lead to real life aggression. And by that time, it had already happened. And shout out to Robin Silver with the $25 super chat. Very astute, Kiki. I'll bring that one back up when she comes back. Oh, speaking of, here she go. But yeah, I just hold on.
Oh my god, I can't stand this dog.
Oh, don't do that.
I can't stand this dog. She's had me chase her around the backyard.
She wanted to play.
Come inside. It's not time to play. You're gonna have to do that later. I know it's light outside, but damn.
Shout out to 1988 Jeffy. I tell my sons I'll deal with school. My rules apply first. Tell them to call me. You defend yourself. Yeah, and Kiki, while you were gone, we had a conversation about Drake getting his leg pissed on, and how it's good to have young men willing to defend themselves at a young age, so they don't crystallize the behavior of bowing down to people and spend their whole life trying to work their way out of feeling like a bitch at one particular point in time. And I say that respectfully, but
and then I was a fine line.
Elaborate.
Between standing up for yourself and being overly aggressive,
Yeah, Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Okay, so let me give you what I was saying why I was gone. Real quick story. My son is in after school care. He just started. A kid told him he'll unalive him. My son said, "I'll kick your ass." I told my son I was proud of him, and I told my wife I was proud of him because even though he cursed, which we don't advocate for, I was glad that he stood up for himself in a situation where the parents aren't around to where he would feel like he had a safety net. And I feel like if Drake would have done the same thing when he got peed on, I feel like it would have saved him from a lot of overextension in his life and career since that point in time.
Like being able to just be like, at least pop through the mouth. I mean, I
Yeah,
feel like physical for physical, because if it was just words, it's words. But if like, I feel like getting peed on is a physical action.
we
So I
gotta
feel like a
fight.
physical action in exchange for a physical action is fair.
Yeah, we gotta fight. Like soon as I hear that sound, and then I turn around and or whatever the case is, and I realize you peeing on me. In my mind, I feel like Drake had the leg up. Like, no pun intended. But if Buddy is doing that, his hands are occupied. You got the steal right there. You can get 2 punches off before he recalibrate. And that would have been a story that Drake could stand on, like, yo, brother tried to disrespect me.
And the guy was drunk.
Yeah, so that's an easy fade that you could have got a lot of stripes off. But I just feel like him.
You can tell he never threw a punch in his life.
Yeah,
he don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, that boxing footage is nasty work. Have you seen it?
No.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up.
What are you saying? Drake was boxing?
Yeah. Hold on. I want you to see his I want you to see this little shoulder roll shit he got going on. Let me see if I can pull it up.
I saw Snoop Dogg doing shoulder shrugs.
Oh, that was nasty work too. And that's way worse because you can tell Snoop has never been a physical person. But you can tell Drake is at least moderately decent enough to where, like, it don't look like Snoop ever did a push-up. That's what I'm saying, like, about his physical. Yeah. Okay, but here we go. Let me pull it up real quick. Because I don't have multiple screens, so I gotta Afro engineer this real quick. Let me ignore that. Hold on. Where did that come from? Where is that coming from? Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. I had a tab up. That's my fault. I had a tab up. But yeah, I could hear it in and I think it's because it wasn't playing. It was just playing through the headphones. But those punches in that little whatever this was,
in and of itself is bad. He got a real, like, his feet too close together. If he get hit one time, he getting toppled.
Yeah, he not gonna be able to, and he not generating a lot of power from his feet being that close. So he just in a bad way. And then on those punches, once he brought it straight, we kind of talking about boxing right now. But once he threw it straight, he squared up. And unless you just in a straight up, like, we finna throw punches for like 10 seconds type of fight, that's bad business. He getting knocked out. So I do kind of understand why he didn't feel as confident to get into a fight. And this was post piss. So
that I mean, his hair was short.
Yeah, this is maybe in between views and
so this was like
More Life or something. Yeah, this is a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think he was just trying to fight. He was fighting demons. So yeah, that was definitely post piss era Drake. So yeah, I think he's probably like, okay, I got to be able to defend myself and have that confidence to do so. So if somebody does pee on me again, I'll be ready this time. And I think he's been trying to brace himself to prepare for getting peed on again so he'd be ready. But it's like some things happen, and like that most traumatic event will never happen again. And I think you'll never have the opportunity. If you don't handle it in that moment, you'll never be able to rectify it. And I feel like he's been trying to do that for so long that he lost himself, well, even more of himself in the process. And now he doesn't know how to present. So that's why he keeps trying so many things, because he's trying to see what we, the people, are going to connect to. And whatever we connect to is going to be whatever he attaches himself to go forward. If that makes sense. And I see, hold on. I think I asked all the questions. So I think we may need to have, oh no, I do have one more question. Well, two more. Who's your favorite content creator? Just period, across any of these genres or subgenres of content creation. Who's your favorite content creator?
Quadir Howard.
Let me look him up, or her, so I can get an idea. Okay. What exactly does he do?
Have mental breakdowns on live. Have religious delusions.
Oh, okay. So I see he's
Is he live right now?
This is a topic channel. I don't. Okay, he's not live.
He does make music.
The Music Official.
Yeah.
And you say he just crashes out on his live streams?
Either that or see, Quadir isn't the same anymore. I know exactly what you're talking about, girl or boy, girl. I think it's a girl. Always Mia. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been watching Quadir for 15 years. I've been watching him for 15 years. He's like an OG story time YouTuber. And then he turned into he started smoking weed. And that was when his content completely changed.
That's generally what happens. That's generally what happens. Like, it's just something about like.
And also the other canon event, his mom died.
Ah, damn. Okay.
And I feel like a lot of people in general, especially Black men, it's something about their mom dying that yeah.
I as a man and as a Black man, that's one of my biggest fears. So I could see that shit like just completely reconfiguring like how you look at life. You know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely could see that being a canon event. I do think I'm living by this quote. I don't know who said it, but your trauma is not your fault, but your not your your trauma is not your fault, but your recovery is your responsibility, or some shit like that. So I hope he finds the help he needs to rebalance himself, because I could see that being a life shattering event, especially if you just like lost in the wind prior, and then that just sends you further into the abyss. So yeah, that's crazy.
But for real though, if I was to be serious, I'll probably say Philip DeFranco.
Philip DeFranco. So do you like damn, what's his name? Y'all gay, bruh. What's his name? White guy. Him. Shit. What is his name? He got the long black mullet. Somebody gotta know who I'm talking about. And once they say his name, it's gonna come up.
Wait, a white guy or a black guy?
A white dude
with a mullet.
Kind of, sort of a mullet, yeah. I'm finna type it in and see if his name come up. Yeah, gay, bro. Theo Vaughn. Yes.
Hell nah. Hell nah.
Why not? I haven't watched him enough to know if he's like racist or anything, but his yes, stuff. He is. Oh, okay. I haven't gotten that deep into him.
Racist adjacent.
Okay.
He one of them people that like he almost like if Jeff Rogan tried to really be a comedian and played
Mhm.
stupid.
Oh, okay.
You
Okay.
know, I don't know how else to explain, but he one of the people that kind of bring these real, like, right wing red pill type people in his
Mhm.
space, and then like tries to do like funny interviews with them. But it's like you still giving these people a platform.
Oh, okay. So it's
No,
like
yeah, hell nah.
so he's placating both sides. And
It
it's like
seemed like that, but honestly, after it was very clear to me when he had tweeted something like, he was in the pool of people that tweeted that Kendrick's halftime show was the worst halftime show ever.
mhm.
I was like, oh yeah, okay. Oh, and then of course, I don't know how I forgot about Feek. FD.
Okay.
I forgot about him.
Who?
FD.
Oh, FD Signifier. Okay, okay. I like him. I, and I and something I had to come to understand is you don't have to agree with the person that you're watching all the time. And I think those are the people that I end up liking the most, the people who I don't agree with all the time because they challenge my train of thought a lot. So I do like him. His what the culture feeling video was phenomenal. Um so yeah, I do like him. I haven't gotten into Lil Bill yet. And I know that's like kind of his partner in crime, I guess, as far as like the particular subgenre of content creation that they sit in. Have you watched him, Lil
I
Bill?
think he was a gooner, or he gave gooner vibes.
I might be a little old. What
I
does
don't got
Gooner
no.
mean? What does Gooner mean?
It chat. Can you? What words can I say? A gooner is an excessive masturbator. I'm not saying that he make bad. I'm not saying that he make bad content, right? But it's like, so I at first I didn't. I would see his I would see his content, and then I'll watch it, and I'll be like,
What
oh,
the fuck?
his content is fine, right?
Hold on.
And then
Okay.
after I followed him, I started getting on his community posts, and I was like, what's up with all these Goonie posts?
Oh my God.
And
Okay.
so I might just have to go back to like just waiting for his videos to pop in my algorithm. Cause I feel like I just get too many Gooner-esque posts from him. It's like fucking up my community. It's fucking up my subscriptions tab.
Oh shit. Okay, let me ask you a military question. And I know you were so like when you were like in basic training, like you were around a lot of women. So I wonder, did gargoyling still exist?
What?
Okay, I'll explain. And that's why I'm so like that's why I'm crying right now, like about the Gooner shit. Not it's not at all, it's not directly parallel, but okay, so when I was in the military, when I was in basic training, I joined in 2011. So this was the year that they repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Oh, I joined
Um,
in 2016.
okay, okay.
So we was already in whole different, like that was the year we got the uniform. So you was wearing the blue ones
Oh no. I think they had just got rid of those right before I
with
came
like the
in.
gray ones, or like the blue gray ones.
Yeah, the kind of I think they were like kind of blue tinted. They kind of looked like they were 3D printed or something.
They almost kind of looked similar to like the Air Force uniform, but they was a different pattern, like the colors.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
you was in the Air
I
Force.
was in the Air Force, yeah. So
Okay, no.
the
Because when I got in, they was slowly transitioning all of the different branches to wearing the same
mhm.
uniform.
Wow, okay.
So I forgot you was in the Air Force. So I was in the Army. We had different. I'm talking about Army. My bad.
Yeah, because your their uniform at the time was like more earth tone, and ours was more like I said, it kind of looked 3D printed. It was like this weird texture to it and everything.
And it
But,
had like
but
a rip in it, kind of like a. I don't know how
yeah,
to describe it. I know what you're talking about though.
that shit almost looked like pinstriped a little bit. It was just
Yeah, because
weird.
I worked in a joint environment.
Okay, so with the gargoyling, and this is off of them repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell. So it was a lot of stuff going on at that time, and they told us that we were because you know how the MTIs and drill instructors talk to you. They say whatever they want to say. So I won't say what they said on camera, because I don't want to get in trouble. But the gargoyle shit was something I had no idea about. So the whole concept of it is like, have you seen the show Gargoyle? Like that? Okay. So basically the gargoyles are, and I'm gonna wrap this up quick because I don't want to stay on this too long. But the gargoyles were like these stone creatures who like came alive at nighttime. Like they were like posted on the top of buildings. Like it was like these old school Victorian-esque statues that were like monsters. So we would walk in the bathroom like after hours, like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and the whole gargoyling thing was somebody would be on a sink in the bathroom with all the lights off in the gargoyle pose, completely nude. So when you mentioned the gooner shit, like that's where my head went, and that's why I couldn't contain myself. So yeah, it's just some
well,
weird.
I don't know what the men's was doing.
Yeah, and that's what I was asking. Like, did it exist in? Because I never talked to a woman about this type of shit as far as like
environment. No.
Yeah, to ask, did it exist? Okay, so cool. So this whole weird walking the thin line with sexuality in the men's space is just common regardless of where it happens, and it's like an exclusive thing. So the gooner shit is just weird in itself, and it just made me think about the gargoyle and shit. But like let's pivot, because that was extremely like because you didn't even say whether or not you like this content or not. And I figure if you think he's a gooner, you might not be able to rock with it anyway.
He makes fine content. It's just that like I just feel like because I would see his content specifically through recommendations through the algorithm, and I'll be like, okay, it's a fine video. And then I was like, you know what? I think I've seen enough that I've liked that I'm gonna follow, and I've subscribed. And then I just started seeing all these gooner-esque posts, and I was like, like I saw like a whole journey of him modding Skyrim to fuck people in Skyrim or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't know. And then he was talking about who was that video vixen that wrote the book?
Karen Steffens or whatever. I don't know her current name, but I know what you're talking about.
Like I was just like, what's up? Why are there so many porny-esque posts here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Let me see. D2B2 said you should also show that clip of Aubrey deadlifting. I've never seen that before.
Corinne Steffens.
And she changed her name and she's under an alias. Well, she actually just changed her name completely, I think. And shout out to SL. He said Bill Deaf a Gargoon. A Gargoon. That's nasty work. If you put those together and what they actually mean, that means he's like mounted somewhere, like on something that gives him an elevated view of the room while participating in gooner activities.
That's voyeurism, isn't it? That's already exists.
I'll never be able to watch his content again because soon as I see him,
I'm not saying you don't have now people is gonna be like, oh, I can't watch your content no more because Kiki was talking shit about you, and they're gonna be like, who the fuck is Kiki? Who is this bitch with 2,000 followers? What the fuck? No, I'm not saying don't watch. I'm not. He makes fine content. Okay, he makes fine content. I just feel like he might be a gooner. Like I feel the same way about Jid. I think that Jid is a gooner too, but he
like JID the rapper.
Yes. I think Jid is a gooner.
I don't be following niggas enough to know, like, to like pull together. Like, now I gotta not go look, but now I'm gonna be paying attention. Like, my mind is gonna like, so I guarantee the next time I see him, I'm gonna go to his page and be like, okay, like, do I see any red flags about of potential gooner activity? But since we are talking about streamers, I do want to kind of close off on this conversation. And I want to ask your opinion, and I'll try to give as much information as I can while not bringing anybody into it specifically. Because I do understand that once this is as this is being recorded and projected out, it's available to everybody. So I don't want it to come across a certain way, but I do want to have like a learning experience. And to the people who watching, if you don't know, I'm gonna fill you in real quick. So I know a lot of y'all know what's going on. It's some streamer shit going on between a faction and what the other person would paint himself as an outcast, being therapy and the collective people. But I don't want to talk about them specifically. I just want to speak on the things that can be learned from that situation. Okay, so number one, we don't know these people. I'm not gonna go crazy, Mona. I just want to say this point and keep going. But we don't know each other. The more that we start to communicate and build community and like converse with our commenters, our subscribers, if we build Patreons and Discords and all of that shit, we start to feel like we know each other a little bit more than we probably should. And because once we close our phones or our computers, like we don't have access to these people. And I think that has, from the content creator side, you start to build a bigger and bigger and bigger echo chamber. So you're used to not only hearing your own thoughts, speaking your thoughts uninterrupted, but also having your thoughts reinforced by the people in your comment section and your subscriber base and all this other stuff. So number one, I feel like that can possibly have an effect on your ability to effectively communicate with a group if you're not quote unquote touching grass. So now we have this situation to where in real life, this situation would not have extended into what it has become with mudslinging and narrative crafting and gaslighting and passive aggressive behavior and some aggressive behavior, to where it could potentially spill into affecting the community that we've been trying to build, from my perspective, in the last year, but some of the OG content creators probably over the last 4 to 5 years, but now they have the opportunity and visibility of smaller channels to connect and to potentially grow the YouTube streamer content creator community as a whole. And I think that this particular situation, while it can appear problematic, it doesn't have to be if we take this and learn from it. So I'll ask you first before I get into my spiel. What are a couple things that you think we could learn from the situation outside of without having to call any names?
Not everybody's like each other.
Okay.
Do not go where you are not requested. Don't beg to be around people that make you feel funny. And be honest with people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I should elaborate or not.
If you care to, because I feel like you smoked it, but I don't want it to feel like you don't, like I'm just cutting you off and keep going, because those are perfect 3 perfect points that if you put that on the board, everybody should get along and it should work out fine. Or they should not get along, but it'll work out fine because there are clear rules put in place from the beginning. I think that should be another rule. That should be number 4.
Oh yeah, number you're right. 1. I agree with that.
Clearly define rules, roles, and expectations.
I agree with that.
So I think the biggest thing, at least from my perspective, that can be used as a point of growth and understanding is the concept of the money exchange. And that just goes to looking at it from a business perspective. I think once you start to to make money on YouTube, whether it be a couple $100 a month or a couple thousand or tens of thousands or whatever the case is. But once you start bringing in money, your first thought should be at that point is, I need to legitimize this startup business. Right. And whether that be like my partner and I did, like we have a contractual agreement to where we understand like what we contribute, what we're requiring of each other. We agreed on it first before we were asked to sign, and then we signed. Like, so that just gets a lot of the misunderstandings and room for that out of the way. So as you're going, you don't start to have lingering doubts and questions because everything was handled, if not up front, once the situation became real. And I feel like that's the biggest issue that they had, because that created all of the other issues. You know? So if you were called on three-way with this situation with any other two people, what would be the first thing you would say?
All right, everybody, we're gonna be honest. We're going to be honest. That's the first thing I would say.
Okay.
Is be honest. Don't be, you guys don't have to, bigger at each other. You guys don't have to get angry. But just be honest. From the jump, you didn't like this person. From when you saw the money, you wanted some because your job is YouTube creator. I don't see a problem with money being important to you, but if money isn't but don't pretend like it's not. I would just start off with we're all gonna be honest, okay? So that we get everything out, and then after all the honesty, I mean, I'm pretty sure that whatever happened, at the very least they could walk away on good terms.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not good terms. Sorry, not good terms, but they could walk away knowing what's up. Whether or not that's on good terms, they could walk away cordial.
Yeah.
As in, okay, so now I know that we just not gonna get along. That's fine, but we don't have to slander each other on each other's platforms.
Yeah, because I think at the end of the day, like all of that shit is reductive. Like it's not, because at this point in time, at least since Watch the Party Die, the tone has been, this is the great renaissance. We need to come together and push out the riffraff and be about the culture and this, that, and the third. And then something like this happens. And granted, this isn't unavoidable because it obviously happened, but I think it's an opportunity to show that something small can be rectified if done properly or avoided. And it also shows that we can have conflict resolution as a group of people who don't necessarily know each other in and out. And then to show that unity isn't always a uniform frame of thought. Like some people will think differently and some people will act differently. But if we are all on a central line of understanding, then it'll be easier to meet people in the middle. And another thing I do want to say is that applies to both respective parties is understanding the importance of decorum. Between all of the people involved, we're looking at 500,000 subscribers.
I think, I mean, when you mean just the three parties or
just the three. Okay. I know if we're including the entire collective, we're talking well over, we might even be approaching 3 million people. So that collective voice, no pun intended, is so large that we have to be mindful of how powerful we are in the space and how much we can unify or fragment and potentially create tribalism and many civil wars on YouTube that are unnecessary. So I just don't want it to turn into a thing where it's tribalistic.
Yeah, that's
And
what I was saying. Is from the audience perspective, y'all don't have to pick a side. I think it's totally valid to say like, okay, there was multiple fumbles from everybody in the situation. Everybody fumbled somewhere. Maybe some were fumbling a lot more than others, but at the end of the day, there's something to be learned from the way that everybody did something wrong. There y'all don't have to pick a side. If I understand that you may like one or two or all three of these people, and you want one of them to be right, so you try to do everything in your power to like see why the person that you like is right and why the person that you don't like is wrong. Whatever. You don't have to do that, and it's like so much unnecessary like vitriol coming from the audience that even some of them will be like, if you even criticize one and not the other, then it seems like, or like, oh well, you're taking the other person's side. Nobody said that. I just feel like this person did something bad. That's me. I don't think that this person didn't do anything bad. It's like you don't have to pick side, and don't assume that I'm picking one either.
Yeah.
And the insults are very unnecessary. Like, the insults are very unnecessary coming from both the audience and some people involved.
And the people involved. Most definitely. And I think one other thing I'll say is, if you are going to because I can't tell them not to create the content and vocalize how they feel about what happened. I think the best course of action would be, number one, it'd be pre-recorded. Number two, you have some sort of script. And number three, you have certain unnegotiables of lines that you won't cross in a particular video that's being created to get clarity or clap back or whatever the case is. Any opinionated or emotionally charged video like that should not be done live in any capacity, because not only are you dealing with yourself and your thoughts in that moment that are harder to filter and you definitely can't edit them, you have the chat that is also driving you to act in a way, because at a certain point when you're emotionally revved up like that and you're not thinking clearly, certain people who troll in the comment section will take that opportunity to puppeteer you. And I think, sadly, that is probably one of the worst things that happened as far as this entire thing. Like, because the beginning portion, like you said, could have been sorted out with a phone call. But once it got to the point of no return, quote unquote, the fan bases were able to gaslight the individuals through their live streams and further the shit beyond the point that I think even the participants didn't see it going, if that makes sense. Because now not only am I fighting you, I'm fighting how I'm feeling, and I'm fighting the people in the chat.
And that's what was happening.
That shit was sad to watch.
It was edited down though.
I saw the live version. Oh, which one are you talking about? Are you talking?
No, that's
okay.
what I'm saying. I'm saying it was edited down. The live.
Oh, man, because I was watching, I was just like, oh my god, like,
because it went private.
Oh, okay. So when it came back, it was recooked. Okay, yeah. Okay. Had to.
Down to 30 minutes.
Wow. Okay. So.
But I'm gonna say this about that though, is that almost feels like now it's spinning a narrative, because you cut out all the stuff where you was arguing with people that was not agreeing with you. You know?
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the OG? Well, the veteran or the young? Okay, so yeah, because I watched it live yesterday at my son's game because it was raining, so I had time.
I watched it too.
And I'm watching it live, and I'm just like, Wow. This is a masterclass in how not to properly handle this shit. This is a masterclass in how to not handle this shit. Cause it's like the tribalism kicked in, and I understand him attempting to defend himself from those tribalistic attacks. But it's like, you don't fight fire with fire like that, dog. Like, and on the other side, I get him trying to get to the bottom of what was happening. But
oh, it's a new video.
Oh shit! Really?
Thank you, Moni. I thought it was the live edited. It's a whole new video. Thank you.
Okay, so he made a new video. Okay. So he made a video from the. Okay, so he made another video to like crystallize his points.
I guess so.
Okay. Not saying that he didn't have the right to be. Oh no, yeah. And hold on, let me leave this part up. I'm gonna just leave it up so we can read it, and then I'm gonna get rid of it because I don't want to, make it feel like I'm name calling. But yeah, the younger guy definitely acted, because I didn't know he was that young. I thought he was maybe closer to my age.
As me.
And some of the stuff, like the expectation of people being able to interpret you, especially through text, is a sign that you haven't reached the point where you're able to effectively communicate. Because at that point in time, once I started to feel that way, I'm looking for somebody to call on the phone. I need a phone number. I don't care if it's a Google number. I don't care if I got to call you through Instagram or Facebook or whatever the fuck. Like, I'm trying to get somebody on the phone so I can get an idea of exactly what you feel, exactly how you present it. I need to know your tone, your temperament. I even need to hear the pauses in your speech. Because if it's too clean cut, you've been rehearsing this and you've been waiting on the opportunity to get me on the phone. So I just think the fact that all of this shit happened in text, and then the phone call completely got skipped, and then it went straight to live streaming, just showed numerous times that they failed in properly having a clear line of communication to where every part of the language can be understood. But
I also feel like, I don't know. I feel like they should have just been honest from the jump and said, we don't feel like you're a good fit. We feel like we didn't like how you acted in the live and the group that we did. So we just gonna part wait. We gonna tell you exactly what we think that you did. But I feel like kind of skirting around why they was saying like you should part, kind of make it feel funny. But then also like the older guy, the OG, just posted a clear cut video today. Why didn't you do that before the 4 hour?
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like I don't want to. I'm a hold back.
Okay. And I think I'll say this, and then especially since you elected to hold back, I don't want to continue to like go in circles. But I think the last point in all of this should be accountability. I don't know if I said it already, but I think the accountability part on every party involved should be the next thing that we go to. And that doesn't have to be on screen. I think it's lame if it goes any further than this on screen. I don't care if y'all don't make up on screen. That shit is lame. Whatever y'all got to do now, if it extends beyond where it currently is, for better or for worse, do that shit behind the scenes. Be accountable. Be honest. As Kiki said, be respectful as much as possible. Be professional. And at the very end of it, just intend to leave amicable. That's the best way for this shit to go. And I feel like if that happens, that'll stop that poisonous weed from spreading and creating more and more tribalism. And now we're leaning on the worst parts of the Kendrick Lamar versus Drake beef to where everybody is just gonna go into their own separate factions and fuck shit up. Let me read this super chat. Shout out to Jiraiya. I don't know. It's weird when neutral people in the chat getting blocked. Internet games, in my opinion. I closed the chat when I was watching it because I didn't want to be. Because number one, I wasn't watching it live because I had to keep pausing and stopping and resuming. So the chat was 45 minutes ahead of me anyway. But I just think that's par for the course in any chat. If you got mods, the mods, their job is to protect the best interests of the creator that they're mods for. So I think that's gonna happen regardless. That's happened in my chat. I've been watching Absol. It's happened in her chat. I don't know if I seen Moni get nobody to boot before. I'm sure it's happened. But that happens, and I feel like in a situation like this, of course, it's gonna happen. So yeah, I hope it's over. I hope we can learn and grow from this as content creators. Because I feel like in business and in relationships, we can learn a lot from the communication and accountability portions of this, if nothing else.
So yeah, the final summary. Step 1, make clear your intentions and your wants and all the deals beforehand. Step 2, if you feel whenever somebody invites you to a function, what's the first thing you say?
Who all gonna be there? Boom.
Ask who all gonna be there.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know if you mess with somebody or not, you might not want to go. Or if you know you don't mess with somebody, you might not want to go. If you feel like somebody is giving you a weird vibe and how they're treating you, you don't have to go. Number 3, do not try to shove yourself anywhere where you're not wanted. If it's clear, if all your friends go out to brunch and they didn't invite you and you walking about and you see your friends eating lunch without you, don't sit down with them. They didn't invite you.
Just keep it moving.
So
it could be for better or for worse. They could have been planning a surprise for you. You fuck up the surprise by sitting down, or they could be planning to box you out. One or the other, but it's not your business at that point. And I agree. So yeah, let's talk about since we was talking about people talking out of turn. Let's talk about J. Cole, because the people wanted. Let's talk about J. Cole.
Did you shout out Kanye?
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to talk about. Let me see if I can find it, because I do kind of want to have a video to reference.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the video.
Yeah, shit, man. Damn, as soon as I click on YouTube,
did it pop up?
No, the first video is related to what we was just talking about. The very first video. And then I type in J. Cole and it says apology to Kendrick. So
not apology to Kendrick being the first thing.
Like, damn, like what am I searching? This shit is nuts. I gotta get my algorithm right, man. I'm fucking up. I can't. Did they get it scrubbed? Because I don't want to pull up somebody else's video.
Where did this happen? Is this happening at Dreamville?
Yeah, it happened at Dreamville Fest. But if I can't find it, I'll tell you what the moral of the story was. The moral of the story was him talking about he don't have a problem with Kanye West because Kanye West gave him a lot of beats. Okay, here we go.
What is that supposed to mean?
They got me. That's not it. I'm not. Let me see if it come up.
That don't tell me nothing. Wow, what does that matter?
He was about to go into the song Workout.
Oh my
God. You know that's the sample for
that was the Kanye Workout play. That was actually one of my favorite songs on College Dropout too. Everybody hate that song.
I liked it too. I didn't love it, of course, but you know, it was cool. I think the actual video has been scrubbed. I
Why?
can't find it. I don't
Why would
know.
he do that? Did he might have regretted saying that out loud and
It's
people are
possible.
reporting it getting around?
It's possible. If somebody finds the link to it, put it in the chat. But because I think, I get it, and that's the thing, and I think that's where he gets a lot of his fans. It's in concept. I understand it. It's like I'm trying to be more Christ-like, right? So if all sins are equal, and Jesus forgave the people who crucified him and all this stuff, and Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. In the act of being crucified, J. Cole can, in essence, forgive Kanye West. I get it. But your record doesn't show that you operate under this realm of understanding, and you being connected to Jay-Z, at least previously in your career, you openly forgiving Kanye in this moment while he's just went on a tirade of talking about the man, wife, and kids, among other stuff. Like, even just that is just strange for him to do. But I just feel like he like, yeah, I can't say the wrong thing. Like, I'm constantly in pursuit of being perfectly neutral at all times.
But that solves nothing. That helps nothing. If anything, you might as well just not speak on it at all. Because honestly, saying shout out to Kanye West and I love him or whatever he said, I don't know what he said specifically. Saying that is not neutral.
Yeah.
At the very least, you could be, if you're if neutrality, which would be not saying anything, is not a possibility for you, you could at the very least be unbiased and look at it like, yo, this dude helped me in the past. You know, he cleared a sample for me that ended up being one of my biggest songs. But he's mess. He's troubled. Maybe he's even said some things about me. But I'm gonna be like, I love him.
Yeah.
Where has
yeah.
Fence Sitting got J. Cole except for screwed every time and made to look like a fool?
I don't know, because I feel like, and I think a lot of people aren't really looking into it at that, to that extent, especially right now, because Kendrick is having his moment of all of the focus. Like him and Drake, like, since they're so diametrically opposed, like, for example, right now I'm working on, behind the scenes, I'm working on a video to do about Drake. It's going to be a rather extensive video. And I feel like if I do that, I should do a Kendrick. But never once have I thought about dedicating an hour and 30 minutes to doing a deep dive on J. Cole, because it's so, on its face, people look at it as unproblematic, but really it's like how the interjection is so pointless unless you're leaning on blindly understanding his point. You know what I mean? To where, like you say, it's no point in him actually speaking, because if his goal is to be neutral, he should just shut the fuck up and let it be what it be. But he feels like he has to continuously let people know that he's neutral.
You know, the vast majority of the hostility that I've gotten from viewers is from J. Cole fans. I feel
Yeah.
like people always look at it like it's just Drake fans or Kendrick fans. But I think that the reason why people don't see how like bitter J. Cole fans can be and how malicious they can be is because nobody ever talks about J. Cole.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're just as bad as every other. You know what happened to why don't they sit on the fence and just look at my video and go like, wow, that's an opinion. You can just sit on the fence. That's it. Let's just say that. Wow, you know what? I'm gonna take after Cole, and I'm just going to acknowledge that your opinion is an opinion.
Yeah. And I feel like that'll just, if he just let stuff flow off his back, because because it's no reason. Okay, for example, you mentioned No Name earlier. I don't know if I've heard you speak on it. How do you feel about the situation between him and No Name?
Okay. So I'm gonna no, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna say I'm gonna bring up Kendrick, but I'm not gonna do that. Yes, I am. I'm gonna bring up Kendrick. So
Okay.
No Name made a tweet where she says something like, the black artists that you look up to the most, are that, like, profit off of rapping about black struggle, are nowhere to be found during this Black Lives Matter movement. They can even give you a tweet. She said something like that. The people that everyone thought she was referencing the most were Drake and not Drake. He don't talk about black issues. The people that she thought
Facts.
everybody thought that she was referencing the most were J. Cole and Kendrick. Kendrick stayed silent and he addressed it in the music. He said something like, my vow of silence made you want to tell me.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say nothing. He stayed quiet and he addressed it in the music. Cole addressed it in a tweet and then he addressed it through the music. And it wasn't like a little like line about, like in a song about maintain my inner peace. It was a whole song directed straight at her.
Yeah.
And the song itself, I feel like, was just so like, okay, it starts off with him basically calling his fans stupid. Okay, everyone that's been saying that they don't agree with me when I say that Cole is fake deep. J. Cole called himself fake deep.
He did.
He said, all my fans may be fooled by my college degree, but I'm really not that smart. There's a girl that's out there and she's smarter than me. He called himself dumb. He called himself fake deep. He's told y'all that he don't really know that much about these issues that he rapped about. And then had the nerve to say in the song, like, you know what you should do? You should treat these people like children. You should hold their hands and baby them so that they see us as human too. And it's like, now you tone policing her. Okay. And then she came back with her song, which I thought was
she
dope. I think
cooked
it was, song 33. And then his response was he tweeted the song to be like, oh, you know what? I support that, I guess. I'm just trying to make it look like I'm not I want to look like I'm accepting the criticism. So then because he said you should be holding our hands and telling us where to get this knowledge, right? She said, well, you know what, Cole, I have a book club. Why don't you join my book club where I recommend books that teach you about these issues? And then he was like, I don't read, so no thank you.
That's some wild gaslighting shit. Like, he told her, like, hey, help me understand. And then she was like, sure, you know what? After I slap you up real quick, after we have our little fete in the backyard, I'll go show you my book collection so maybe you can come abreast on what's going on. Nah, I don't be reading this shit. Like, my nigga, that's why you should read and shit. Like, your fans, and I'm gonna do the J. Cole deep dive when I get a chance. But he changed his aesthetic. He didn't change his persona. And I think a lot of people got caught up in him changing their persona. But it's par for the course. Like, and I don't want to make this super duper racial, but what do a lot of white men do when they want to appear like super down with the cause?
Get a fade, probably put a line in their head.
That's more so like be attached to that's more so be attached to the culture, but not like
being down for the cause, like
yeah,
show that they woke.
Yeah, what do they do? It's the same thing that you were talking about, but it's a different version of it. They let their hair mat up and grow dreads.
Do they do that?
Yes, man. Hold on. Oh, give me 1 second.
I feel like white people dreads is different than black people dreads.
Let me show you. And I don't know these people, so let me just pull up one. Because I don't
Man, I
want to.
saw this little white girl with box braids and a dashiki on walking around asking people if they was offended. I hate when people do that shit. I hate when people do that shit.
When they want to attach themselves to the struggle, like they go full blown like Rastafari.
I can't tell when black people. I mean, not when black people. I can't tell when white people have dreads all the time.
And this will probably not help your situation.
Because I know that, like, I know that white people get dreads sometimes, but it's like sometimes you can't tell. Because it's like, is their hair just kind of, is they having a bad day? Are they a crackhead? Do they do heroin? But it's like they letting their hair do that on purpose.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up. Can you see that?
See what? No.
Add to the stage.
It's coming up.
The guy that I was showing you is the guy with the built up picture. It's like they let it mat up, and then it does the thing where it kind of locks, and that's supposed to symbolize them being more adjacent to our culture than the culture that they're more so innately aligned to.
This was definitely instant lock. This was not grown naturally.
And I feel like that's what, and let me take this down because I think everybody got the point. But I think that's what J. Cole did when his whole I can be a shining light in the industry doing it the mainstream way didn't work. He reverted. And not only did he revert to his natural state wasn't working. So he was like, what can I do that will completely push me to the other side? I'm going to go full blown matted nap, no twist, barely using any aloe until I talked to Rihanna and she gave me the clues about how to even take care of my hair, which goes to your Doja Cat point from your live stream. And just continue to go on that road, deeper into that road to where he's Rasta. He doesn't attach to any of the culture. He doesn't pick up any of the practices. He just grabs the aesthetic. So when people are looking at him, and what I've noticed is, especially when I do J. Cole videos and I can see the demographics of people who respond, there are a lot of young to middle 20-somethings and people who, when Forest Hills Drive came out, they were in the 9th grade. So they're young. So they're looking at his persona as his actual, as him as an individual. So when they see him with the grassroots dreads and no lineup and no retwist and all of this stuff, they're just like, oh, he's so natural, he's so humble. No, J. Cole just went to the farthest end of the spectrum of the stereotype that he could find, so people would consider him in that holistic, natural, organic, rooted Rastafari vibe without him giving any effort. So anytime that he gets challenged, he has to double down in those moments to maintain the integrity of his persona. And that's why he apologized to Kanye, because he's supposed to be Mr. Peace Man. That's why he apologized to Kendrick. That's why he lies so much about who he's actually dissing in these songs. And that's why he did the interview with Lil Pump, further condescending him in the interview, because those dreads can't really hide his true nature. And that's why I feel like he's fake.
That's true. But it's like, I feel like his fans don't follow in his footsteps.
You said you feel like they don't?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
as in, like,
yeah,
they not, I feel like they not trying to be any type of like they're not following in the footsteps of the aesthetic that he's presenting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I feel like they listen to him, is because they don't, like, they want to feel like they thinking without feeling like without really thinking.
Yeah. And also they can feel like, since they, like, I remember I don't know if you remember this, but around the time Forest Hills dropped, not Forest Hills, around the time For Your Eyes Only dropped, he started going to neighborhoods with his new he was debuting his locks. Like they had started to get a little length on them. Like they kind of look like plaits maybe. And a lot of the energy around that time was like, oh yeah, man, he's so relatable. He the realest thing since Pac. And I think for the people like the fans that you're referencing, they get to sample Pac without actually listening to Pac. So they don't know how far J. Cole is from Tupac in all actuality. But since he represents some type of remnant of the aesthetic of what somebody like Pac would be, then they accept that because they don't have the knowledge to really understand how far away from it is. And that he's kind of making a mockery of it a little bit. You know what I mean? Kind of like if you're in New York or something and you getting ready to go in the bodega and somebody, hey, excuse me, young brother, young sister, do you know the black man is God? And then they start talking and you like, oh, okay, so are you a 5%er? Are you Nation of Islam? Like, what is it? Are you FOI? And then the further you had a conversation, you really realize they just saying that shit. Like, that's a facade. They're not really as well researched as they think they are. And you might know more than them, but them presenting themselves in that fashion gets them along good enough to where they can make it. And this is where they get called this word.
I got called a hotep. Yeah. I don't even feel like I've ever posted anything hotep adjacent. I don't think I've ever said anything hotep adjacent. I got called a hotep because I said that J. Cole was fake deep.
Yeah, I got a text yesterday actually I reacted to Jalape's video on J. Cole and somebody commented and called me a racist and a colorist.
For what? For because J. Cole's light skin?
Yeah, that was one of the first lines of the comment.
First of all, am I considered light skin?
If you are, I am.
Because I swear I have never been called light skin up until like 3 years ago. I swear nobody ever called me light skin my whole life until like 3 years ago. And so pretty much I only bully light skins on my channel. And that's not intentional. They're all the same type person. They're all variations of the same type person.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say bully. That's not correct.
No, not necessarily because it's not coming from a place where you're not drawing from, like you're attempting to be not matter of fact, but you're pulling things to help your assertions. It's not just blindly saying things to get some type of agenda off. There's a reasoning behind it, and it's also like a credit to Black culture because, like the question I asked you earlier, it kind of ties into this. My allergies are kind of acting up, but do you feel like there will be a shift as far as how the people outside of our periphery like view the culture and view hip hop? And the reason I asked this question, well, that question then is because of situations like this. You know, like,
okay, well, wait. I'm sorry. I'm seeing the discussion chat. Is there a difference between light skin and biracial?
And that's what I was about to get to, because that while y'all answering in the chat, that's the reason.
People's is the light skins that I bully have white moms, and I feel like there's a difference between a black light skin and because there's a difference between red bone and yellow bone.
Facts.
So, but they're both technically light skin. But when I think of yellow, I'm thinking of somebody got a white mom, and when I think of red, I think about somebody with 2 black parents.
Okay.
I mean, not a white mom, but a white parent. I should just say a white parent, like somebody that's half white. So That's why, like, you picked a biracial person to call light skin, and I feel like there's a difference.
And I think that they do that because that person is blacker than them, so they consider them light skinned because of the one drop rules. So they don't look at Drake and J. Cole as half white. They look at them as black. So that's why they're so quick to call them light skinned instead of biracial, because they still see them as black. And that's why I asked you the question about them passing for black, because to the larger white audience, they don't consider them white unless they're all the way white. You feel what I'm saying? So I was wondering if it'll ever be, because at this point, a white person calling me colorist and racist about a light skin who's actually biracial, and somebody on your channel saying that you're bullying the light skins, is showing the disconnect and lack of cultural awareness about that not gradient, but I think that's a great word when we're dealing with color, like that gradient of brown and how it has some European influence in it at the farther side of the scale. It's just like they don't have any they just see us all as black. So they're more easily fooled by the aesthetic because they don't see the different variations in it.
Well, I think I saw somebody say in a video something like, white people love to see blackness represented by whiteness.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, in a sense, I feel like a lot of these, these people like Cole and Drake and Doja Cat would have this problem. I mean, they're phenotypically black. They're not gonna get away with being white. At the very least, they might be able to get away with being Mexican or something, but they're not gonna get away with being white. And I feel like two white people, they're not gonna be accepted because they're not white. So then, like, this whole like weird, like, I feel like this racial conflict does not need to exist, but I feel like it's more prevalent in people that have white moms than people that have black moms.
Yeah.
And there's two reasons I think that this might be. One of them is because, of course, there's exceptions to every rule. There's exceptions to every rule. If it don't apply, let it fly. Chat. If it don't apply, let it fly. It seems like when it comes to black men that date white women, it's because they hate black women. And when it comes to black women that date white men, it's not like they're only dating white men. They just dated a white guy and like that white guy. The second reason is because moms typically do the majority of the caretaking.
Yeah. And they do the nature versus nurture thing. Like, so if they're responsible for a lot of the intricacies in your upbringing, they can't teach you things they don't know, or things that they're not willing to find out to be able to better assist you. And by instinctually, black mothers take on the role of trying to preemptively prepare you for the world as you are. And I think the thing about, especially looking at Drake and Doja Cat more specifically, because J. Cole hasn't revealed enough about his life
as much.
Yeah, I think they preach assimilation more, and it may be benign in their presentation, but it becomes malignant over the years. Is malignant the word? Like a malignant tumor? Is that right? Okay, so it becomes malignant over time because that person that's being given all of this passive aggressive passive aggressive guidance into assimilation starts to hate what they can't change. And I think from that, you get a Candace Owens,
Who
you get a
trying to
Doja,
rebrand? I heard.
you get a Drake, you know what I'm saying? You get a little bit of Logic.
I think Candace Owens' husband is gay.
Maybe. Is he a
Have you seen
Republican?
her husband?
I
think
haven't.
that, huh?
I haven't. But is he Republican?
See, it's the thing, right? I feel like she is his beard,
Okay.
and he is her entry into white spaces.
What? That makes a lot of sense. That makes
I
perfect
think that's
sense,
a
actually.
homosexual honky, that man. You just got to see a picture of him. I promise you, you're going to be like, oh, wow, that's a homosexual man.
Let me look him up.
And he's very wealthy, too.
Yeah, because the first thing that came up was, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a lavender marriage.
That's, yeah. And he's not he's an entrepreneur, businessman, activist. So he's British American. Turning Point UK. I was trying to see if he had any political.
Turning Point UK. Yeah, he's a Republican. He's conservative.
Okay, so the reason I said that is because I don't know if you've seen it. Don Lemon, a clip of his kind of went viral where he was talking about the the uptick in grinder activity
and Trump rallies.
Yeah, in the I don't know why I'm having trouble getting this out, but in the cities that have Republican national conventions, those weekends, the grinder activity skyrockets in those cities. So that's why I was asking, was he Republican?
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, hey, your theory is making a lot of sense. It's all lighting up. Shout out to D2B2. Yeah, that boy gay as hell. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And like just that pipeline of innately the parent instilling self-hatred because they're not teaching that they can't teach you how to be black, right? So I think them not trying is not even half as bad as them trying to passive aggressively get you to assimilate, because you get the perm picture from Doja Cat, you get Drake never having an edge up until he was already signed to a label. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so much about their identity that they don't understand and that they can't reckon with because they grew up in these majority white spaces with no place to make them feel safe in their blackness. So why wouldn't they come to a point to hate it? Because they hate it because they don't understand it. And now when it's time to assimilate into that space, the learning curve is so deep that they have to change everything about themselves again. And the rebellion comes and fuels the self-hatred even further. Why y'all say pause for pipeline? That's not gay.
Wait, what? That's not a real comment.
Yeah. They saying pause on the pipeline. Come on, man. Come on, man. We're not gonna do that. Now, if I just said, I don't know, but I'm not taking that one. I'm not. Now that's pause. But I'm not going for that one, y'all. But
I thought that pause was a I know you said you was moving away from using the term. I thought that pause was a YN thing.
It was my era of YNs. Or just young men. Because the term pause came from Dame Dash when he did it. Did it? Yeah. It got popularized when Dame Dash went on the Breakfast Club when he was talking about my son has cookies. But no homo.
Yeah,
that
no homo was my generation.
Was present. Well, it extended. That lasted Like that Pause was with us and No Homo was with us because that was like the Lil Wayne peak era.
But yeah, I was saying that's like that's what I grew up with, was the I'm not gay term was No Homo.
Yeah. And now it's turned into Ayo.
And now it's No Diddy.
No Diddy, yeah. So that got me. Okay, so the self-hatred pipeline. Maybe if I do it more defined, it won't be a moment of pause. But the self-hatred, the assimilation, the self-hatred pipeline comes from, to your point, like the white mothers not knowing how to properly parent a black child. So now you got Doja Cat burning the edges off, and
Candace Owens did the same thing.
Because they just don't know how to care for themselves. So with that, they was like, okay, well, let me do whatever it'll take to try to get as close to the European centric standard of beauty as I possibly can. And excuse me, you have them acting in that manner. And J. Cole, since I don't think she pushed him into assimilating to whiteness, I think she kind of left him in the middle. And that's where his identity is so fragmented, because he doesn't know what side to, because it's not, he hasn't been taught that it's wrong to attach to either. So, but he hasn't been taught to properly attach either. And that's the catch-22 of not doing anything, which kind of has me feeling like he adopted that lack of commitment from his mother.
From not being forced to commit to
one
or the other.
Yeah, she didn't teach him how to embody anything. So now when it's time for him to put his feet in the shoes of a decision and walk it out, it scares him. So he overextends himself in that apologetic middle ground buffer. And now us, who grew up in an experience and understand the how important authenticity is, we look at him sideways, because now we're starting to see that he doesn't have any grounded thread. He's just nice.
Fence sitter since birth is crazy.
Perpetual.
That's crazy. But I thought at the very least that he grew up in like a, I don't know, what's Fayetteville? Because I have a friend that's from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
He said when he was young, he grew up in a more impoverished area. But as he grew up, they moved out to the suburbs. And in that, it wasn't a lot of it wasn't a lot of black people. So that's why he kind of clings to the part of his life where he was around more people like him. And I know people call me a J. Cole hater, but like, that's why I think that Plate of Collard Greens is probably J. Cole's best verse of his career. Because not only did he do the great rapping, he brought us into a part of his psyche that we didn't know existed prior. He talked around it his whole career. Like, he has imposter syndrome. He never told us about that. And that makes where he's at now even more understandable. That goes into the lack of commitment. Like, he doesn't know how to be anything. So of course he won't choose to, because once he chooses, he has to commit to that. And that's why, even though he got the dreads, he's not attaching himself to anything that is commonly known to represent a person wearing their dreads in that fashion. And I hate that for him.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't feel like it's like he won't even take a stance on like the easiest thing to take a stance on. It's like, have you seen those J. Cole memes where it'll be like two artists, it'll be like him and then like somebody else, and it'll say something like, Kendrick says 1 + 1 = 2. J. Cole has made no comments on any mathematical equations.
Bruh. And it's
like, even the stuff that should be so easy to do, to just say that, like, yeah, Kanye's fucked up, I can't support what he's doing. You can't even do that. Like, he's wearing a KKK hood And you can't even say that's bad.
A custom made one at that. Like he didn't go grab it
It
out the
was
thrift
custom
store. He
made.
got it custom made.
Who makes those?
And then I think under that he had a Nazi shirt on. So it's just like he's going out of his way to, best case scenario, make people uncomfortable. Worst case scenario, he's a hateful bastard that's like expressing ideation in real time. Like he may not want to be here. So it's so much space between those two polar opposites, and none of that goes to landing on, for me, hey man, I still love Kanye. Because it's not necessary. You can have love for the person that you knew, but in this era of him existing, you don't have to step out and sideways commit to that when you can clearly see he's in an episode of problematic behavior that's extended for what, since Amber Rose?
Ever since he said slate. Oh yeah, I guess when he on Kanye, when he met Taylor Swift, snatched the mic out your hand and talk my shit.
Yeah, that was when he was dating Amber Rose and drinking Hennessy at the, was it VMAs?
Yeah, out the bottle. That was the same night that Lil Mama walked up there with Jay-Z.
Damn, that was a crazy night. That was a crazy night. Like when we look back, that's a crazy fucking night.
That was the same night that Lil Mama jumped on stage with Jay-Z and Alicia Keys.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And Jay-Z was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But I gotta keep it professional.
Gave her a little leg tap. Was like,
hey, baby girl, you gotta get off stage. Like, you up here with the ghost. You gotta go sit your what you know about me ass down somewhere.
That was a legendary night, and I felt like people be acting like that Lil Mama shit didn't happen, but that was funny.
I never would have thought I'd see Lil Bow Wow, Alicia Keys, and Jay-Z on stage together. I tried to hold it. I couldn't do it. You better than me. I couldn't do it.
She do look like Bow Wow though.
She looked just like him. They're doppelgangers.
Like they even got the same eye color.
And you've never seen them in the same room. But let me read some of these super chats real quick, and we'll get back to this racial breakthrough that we're having. Yeah, let's get back to the music. I feel like all couples or reactors and their parents should be reacting to the Luther video. Spread love, especially Black love. Dope reaction skill. Thank you. Shout out to K-Way. D2B2, J Fold at it again. Might delete later. I'm assuming this is a ass. Okay. F Cole. All right. K-Way again. Cole kind of want to beef, kind of want to be nice, kind of love Ye, and Dot kind of want to hoop, kind of want to rap, kind of want to have locks, kind of live in New York City. He's just a kind of ass nigga. I get it, and that's the whole thing. Like he's chronically non-committal. And what you said, he was a fence. Yeah, he lives in Manhattan.
In Soho. Oh, in Manhattan.
Oh, somewhere. I know he lived where the rich people live. That's what I do know. Like he's so down to earth, but he stays in one of the most expensive places to live in the world.
And he definitely got a car.
And he ride his bike probably because it's easier to get around, not because he's relatable. Do you drive? Do you ride a bike? Do you ride a bike?
Do I ride a bike?
Yeah.
I don't know how to ride a bike.
That's unfortunate.
I know. I wish I knew how to ride a bike.
Oh man, we got to work through this. Okay. We got to work through this. So I tell you this, if I ever just come into a large sum of money, I'm going to mail you a mongoose. And all I need you to
like an animal?
No. It's okay. So you just really separated from bikes. Okay, so a mongoose is hold on. We gotta work through this. We gotta work through it. Hold on. Okay. So a mongoose is a particular brand of bike, right? And I think it's more like they kind of were like more like they got famous, I think, like with BMX style bikes. And then they went into like the mountain bikes. Like I remember the last time I ever rode a bike. I feel like I can share this with you. I feel like we kicking it right now. So I was coming home from the community gym. I was in 8th grade, and I had some some track pants on the handlebars of my bike. And it's dark outside, so I'm riding my bike fast because I'm late to be home. Because as you know, when the street lights come on, your ass already
you
supposed
gotta
to
be
be
in
at
the
home.
house.
And the street lights are on and they're very bright. They went already past the dimming period. So I'm riding my bike trying to get home. And the track pants slip in the front tire. And they lodge in the front tire. So the bike stops and shoots me like 15 feet away from my bike. I almost break my wrist. I tear my knees up. I hurt myself real bad. So I'm not saying this to scare you from riding a bike, but that bike was a mongoose. I don't know. So that's why I feel like I should tell you that story. But anyway, so like I said, if I get rich, I'm going to send you a mongoose. You don't need to post a video of you riding it. You can just post in the chat like, hey guys, I learned how to ride a bike. But yeah.
My sister-in-law been telling me, because I told her I don't know how to ride a bike. And she been like, oh, I've been riding bikes to get fit and blah blah blah. Yeah, I would love to teach you how to ride a bike, but all I got is our kids' bikes and they're so tiny. And because I got like nieces and nephews too, and they got little bitty child bikes. But I never learned how to ride a bike because my parents was very inattentive for most of my childhood because they hated each other. So I never learned how to. I never got taught how to ride a bike. I didn't even learn how to drive a car until I was 20.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. The bike part is like, oh man. Okay. If you do learn how to ride a bike in the next 6 months, because I don't know how long I'm gonna be doing YouTube, like God knows. But if you do learn how to ride a bike in the next 6 months, we got to do a stream, even if it's 45 minutes. And I just want you to tell me about your experience riding a bike, whether it be through a neighborhood, like the first time you ride down a hill.
I definitely, I'm gonna try to avoid hills.
The first time you ride with your hands like off the handlebars, the first time you lift your feet up, like that has to happen. But yeah, like, because that's such a core part of at least my childhood. I feel like yeah, it's you said you might feel like it's too late to do the rap thing. It'll never be too late to learn how to ride a bike. And you just got to experience how, like Moni said, it's liberating. You got to feel that experience of riding a bike. Like, I see why J. Cole does it, even though he doesn't have to, and he's pretending.
I don't even think he do it as often as people think he do.
I think it's a photo op.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he be riding bikes all day. I think he got a car.
And it's chauffeured. I think he has a driver.
Oh, that's even worse. You could at least drive yourself. Come on.
Nah, at that certain level, they don't drive themselves. I think it's a liability in it, especially like in a place like Manhattan or just in New York. I think maybe if he was still staying in North Carolina, like he was when 4 Your Eyes Only came out, I think he would probably drive. But in New York, I just think it's so busy that you kind of have to be you have to be trained to drive in that environment. But yeah, I definitely think he has a driver, and he probably has like a 2025 kitted up Cullinan or something like that he gets around in. He's not driving a Corolla like he said in the in his rendition of the All Right beat. I don't believe that at all. He accepted Drake giving him a Rolex and a Cullinan. None of it makes sense to me because it was J. Cole's Cullinan or whatever car they were in. There might have been a Range Rover.
He said Drake giving that to him?
Drake. Okay, and was the niggas been counting me out? Whatever song that is that Middle Child? I'm calling the names and getting them hit.
I know what song you're talking about. Hold on.
Yeah, that's Middle Child, right? Yeah, because that's the song where he talking about I just did a song with 21 Savage. I'm about to go and meet Jigga for lunch. He said Drizzy gave him a gift and it was a Rolex. And before that video dropped, they posted a video of them like sitting in a car. And I think the thing about it was that was when the gift was exchanged or whatever. So it might have been a Range Rover. It was something expensive. SUV. But the point I'm getting to is he was driving then. That nigga been driving. That bike shit is probably, hey, if I gotta run around the corner to the bodega or some shit, I'm gonna get on the bike because I don't want to waste the money in getting somebody to come get me to go around the corner. I don't think he's riding 30 blocks to go to the studio and record or whatever the case is. He just driving the shit. We're riding the bike because number one, it's fun. And number two, New York traffic is hectic as shit, but I don't think he's doing it to be relatable. I just think that's some fan crafted shit.
Drake been trying to buy friendship.
Yeah. And he could afford it with J. Cole, because J. Cole wasn't that much expensive. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. You can pull yourself off if you need to again. I'll be right back.
I'm sorry, did y'all want me to talk to you? I didn't know that y'all wanted to talk to me by myself. Oh, here you go.
All right. What happened? What are you talking about? Gareth?
Oh, I think he was just talking about because I turned my camera off.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I think bruh's pretending. I think he's addicted to the photo op and presentation. Shout out to Ebe, his manager. I think his manager did a fantastic job of helping J. Cole rebrand and crossing over from the Drake adjacent stereotype and trying to be the latest with fashion and getting a stylist and all of this shit. So when he crossed over into Forest Hills Drive territory, he had started to build the J. Cole brand or rebuild the J. Cole brand in an attempt to present himself authentically. And that was off the back of To Pimp a Butterfly and Kendrick redesigning himself. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because a lot of people were saying that he tried to almost make his own TPAB with, but here's like another thing. I had like somebody was doing this this kind of like argument with me last night about how like Kendrick it like has become more like J. Cole over time. And I don't feel like that's true because like I said something like J. Cole could never make a TPAB. I mean not TPAB. J. Cole could never make, I mean that too, but J. Cole could never make a Mr. Morale. Or he hasn't made a Mr. Morale. And they said, but he's already made his own Mr. Morale. And I was like, well, what album is that? KOD, because it's about therapy. Here's my thing about, or even For Your Eyes Only, because it's sort of like a story of a man. But here's my thing about those albums, is that they're not from his perspective. He's using like other people's stories to bounce off of. In Mr. Morale, Kendrick is dissecting himself. I don't think that J. Cole has ever had an album where he dissected himself.
Nope. That's why I thought the Play the Collard Green song was so good, because he was actually doing that. I felt like he was exposing parts of himself that would have been valuable to the listener as they grew with him. But like you said, he was always speaking from somebody else's point of view. And that was my biggest issue with the off season. He kept saying, my niggas did this, my niggas did that. I'm from where my niggas did that, or niggas as just a indefinite pronoun. It's like, J. Cole, but what did you do? How did, or not even that, how did that define you?
Yeah, he never talks like even of like seeing his friends or whatever experience these things. Because Good Kid, Mad City was from both the perspective of Kendrick and the people that he knew. For Your Eyes Only was a story about his friend, right? His friend that passed away.
Yep.
And then like the very last song was Cole speaking to like his child.
Yeah.
And then KOD was more of a message to these people, like, you know, these young kids and stuff like that that's hooked on drugs, or, you know, people that are battling temptations or whatever. But what about your own temptations that you battle? What are you fighting? What's your inner conflict? What you know? I feel like we always hear Cole speaking from like other people's experiences or perspectives, but we never really hear him talk about himself. Yeah, I was about to say no. But yeah, I feel like we never get a Cole like deep diving into himself.
Yeah.
Wet Dreams was a storytelling song. It's from his perspective, but it's just weird because he made that song in like his 20s.
Hold on. You wait 1 second. When did 46 Drive come out? 2014. Let me see how old he was, because he might have made that in his 30s, and that makes it even weirder.
Well, he's 40 right now.
So that means he was 30.
Oh, yeah.
Because the album came
when that album dropped.
Yeah, because he was trying to create the album and release it in that year, because the 2014 was the actual address of the house he grew up in. Hold on. How old is J. Cole?
40. He turned 40 this year in January.
And that's 1985. So he was.
Well, if he's 40 now, 2014 was 11 years ago. So he
okay.
29.
Yeah, you're right. But it still makes it weird. Like,
that's what I'm saying. You're almost 30. You're rapping about a girl you met in middle school. And talking about how her ass was fat and how you dreaming about it's. I felt you could have wrote it in a more hindsight type of way, and not like a you're in the moment type of way.
Yeah, and then it's like you wrote, like, even not even getting that deep into it, just looking at the surface level. You're 18 months from being 30, and you thought it cool to write a song about losing your virginity.
That sounds like something that somebody else would do.
What does the first letter of his first name start with?
A D. I mean, the first letter of his first name, an A.
Oh, okay. We talking about somebody else. I thought you was talking about R. Kelly. My bad. Trigger warning. My bad. But yeah, it's just, why don't you have the confidence to make an album that's reflective of your life and time? Like, why do you feel like your fan base? Well, I guess he knows he has the demographic, so he knows better than we do. But that shit is crazy, because you projected to create that fan base of like young ass kids to where you like, bro, what's gonna hit with the fans? I gotta make some anthems. Go ahead, get them off.
About why. It's either because he genuinely does not like know what he thinks of himself, like he truly does not know himself as a person, or he doesn't feel like he's interesting enough as a person to like deep dive into his actual thoughts, or he really doesn't have anything to say about himself, or he's embarrassed about what he would tell people about himself. Like, he just feels like, if I really told people like what kind of person I was or how I genuinely feel, or the type of thing that I really think, I feel like people wouldn't vibe with it.
So you think he's more Tom McDonald?
I don't want to say that. No.
I'm putting it on a spectrum. Like, so you're saying he's more Tom McDonald than Killer Mike? That's what I'm trying to say.
I would think he would be more Killer Mike. Neither of them are really good, though, is what I'm saying. Though, like, Tom McDonald's like, I'm not saying that he would be embarrassed, because like I feel like he really just don't know how to like get deeper into his own thoughts.
Okay.
So it's almost like, I feel like if I told people, like, I like the times that he has tried to where he says something like like respectable girls listen to J. Cole or something like that, you know? It's like, ugh. And then he goes, "Oh, I mean, I didn't know that was," or when he said like the whole autistic bar. And then it was like, "Oh, people didn't like that?" Okay, or like the transphobic stuff. Like
Yeah.
if if he says something like uh men are trying to be women and men want to be, or men want to be women and women want to be men, one of them types of bars. It's like, ugh. And then he go, "Oh, no. I mean, you don't, I missed something else." I feel like it's something like that. Like something like where if he really said what he thought, he feel like he would get backlash. And so it's easier to talk from somebody else's perspective, because it's like, I'm not saying what I'm thinking, but if he said what he really thought, now people are going to be analyzing his thoughts. And he
Yeah.
don't know whether or not people are going to vibe with what he's thinking about himself. And I feel like he don't want to get that, like, I don't want people to criticize me for what I think and believe. So I'd rather just not tell people what I think and believe.
That's crazy. Especially when your chosen profession, like just as a entertainer, is finding a way to resonate with the people who consume whatever content you create through giving them a part of yourself. And you elect to not do that, but still try to reap the rewards and live through muses. While I understand, like, because you can live through muses in music, that's basically what you do as an actor. But the niche of hip hop that he makes calls for the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Like if that was the case, he should have just tried to be like, let me see, somebody who Black Thought or some shit, and just rap for the sake of rapping. Like I don't recall like Black Thought telling intimate details about himself, like just like in a way where it's like, oh, he's speaking from his point of view. Like Black Thought get on there and rap on some alien ancient technology type shit. Like every line is a triple entendre almost. Like it's so much that if you don't read it, it's almost disrespectful to just try to get it listening to it. So either J. Cole isn't that dope, so he can't do that. Like you say, he doesn't trust his experiences and his point of views to come across, or he's been chronically suppressing so much that he doesn't even know how to channel those prior experiences and tell them in a way that's artistically productive.
But even when it comes to it's very possible that from the beginning he just wanted to rap. But because he's so easily swayed and he has like no sort of like sense of self, he was listening to people that say you need to be like Drake and you need to try to go mainstream, and the people that's like you need to be like Kendrick and you need to spread a message. And so, but at the end of the day, he just want to rap. He
I
don't really
agree.
care about being mainstream or spreading a message.
Yeah. Because directly to your point, like in J. Cole's face, Jay-Z walked up to Drake and said, I need you to give him a hit.
Yeah, and then it offended him.
So just think
He was
about
really upset about that.
So just think about a part of you that you lose. Like that's like as a rapper, that's his getting pissed on moment.
Like, you can't do it yourself. Can you please help him?
Yeah, he just violated you in your face, and it's one of those things that I hope he said something, because that's something that he'll never get back. And then so if you're looking at it from that lens, if I'm J. Cole and Drake on the commercial side is who they were pushing me to be like, because that's what success was at that point in time. I tried that and it didn't work that well. So I was like, okay, let me recenter myself and try to go the art route. Who's dominating the art space? Kendrick. So I try that and I can't meet that mark either. right? So I started to grow resentment again because the whole caught in the middle of assimilation and sticking to the roots is affecting me again like it did in my childhood. So now I'm experiencing trauma. And which part of this will cause me the most trauma? The part that no matter how bad I want to do, it'll be the hardest road to get there. So this could possibly be on a much deeper level why he resents Kendrick and why he resents music like To Pimp a Butterfly and why he tried to recreate it in his own image, because he was like, well, maybe I can try to mat my hair and let it dread. Maybe I can try to be what people see as the closest thing to Pac in this generation. Maybe I can try to be the every man's rapper. And it turned out into this. But it's all due to that dichotomy of which trauma will you pick. Will you lose any sense of core going to the white power structure and assimilating that way? Or will you try to build from the bottom and regrow your roots this way? And since he couldn't actualize either one, I think he subtly is deeply resentful towards Drake and Kendrick. But Drake was the
But it's
easiest
weird
one.
because he went like he didn't push Drake away.
And I think the reason he didn't do that is because Drake is the path of least resistance. So with accepting the friendship, and this is why I say J. Cole is extremely devious. I got a video that I recorded. It was like a string of Instagram stories. I might post it on YouTube, maybe not. But anyway, the point I was making was J. Cole had a plan too. With the whole beef thing, J. Cole had a plan too. His plan was to click up with Drake, befriend, allow the befriending to take place, and then get Drake in a closed off environment to kill him on the track, which he did with First Person Shooter. So that was supposed to redefine the scale as far as how people looked at him in the hierarchy, right? And then if Kendrick and Drake finish each other, who's left?
How did he think that was gonna happen? Like, did he think that the beef was gonna destroy the both of them, or did he not think that anyone was gonna come out on top?
Okay, so the thing is, I think that's what, because in order for his thought process to work, he had to misinterpret. I mean, he had to
Miscalculate.
he had to underestimate somebody, and the person they underestimated was Kendrick. And I think the underestimation is really just a defense mechanism for the jealousy and hidden resentment, right? So I think a part of it was not only that they were underestimating Kendrick, but I also think that they thought he had reached the point of his career where he was going to turn into Nas, right? Where while Nas produced projects between Stillmatic and Hip Hop is Dead and The Life is Good, for the most part, he was completely off the map. So they thought Kendrick was going to fade into obscurity because I think they thought he was going to continue the 4 or 5 year absence in between music. So if they created the narrative that Kendrick is falling off and Drake being perceived at his peak still, if he goes at Kendrick, beats Kendrick, Kendrick fades into nothingness. And J. Cole can say, when we went head up, I beat Drake already in a competitive space where I feel comfortable. Pure rapping, I'm the best one remaining. And I didn't have to do anything but rap on a track. I didn't have to beef with anybody. I didn't have to prove what I was saying in those tracks outside of the pseudo competitive version of First Person Shooter and Evil Ways. And then I can say that my whole killing people on the track was strictly musical. It wasn't really meant on being a catalyst for me requesting somebody to duel me outside in the street. It was merely the sport of hip hop. So he could get away with everything under the guise of keeping it competitive while having so many devious and conniving schemes that he was running behind the scenes. That's what I think. And Port Antonio solidifies that for me.
I was just about to say, where does Port Antonio fit in here? Was that him admitting, you know what? Maybe I did fuck up a little bit. But at the end of the day, I'm choosing Drake over Kendrick.
Because it goes back to the path of least resistance again. Okay, so I'm glad we're having this conversation. So I don't have to make the video because I don't want to edit it. I don't want to put that much. I don't want to put that much time into.
I feel like that a lot.
I don't want to. I don't. Yeah, I don't want to go against. I don't want to. Because if I do a J. Cole video, I think it'll be much more. It'll eclipse his entire career because I have like a big point that I want to make. So, the Port Antonio. And people probably gonna call me a hypocrite because they were saying last week Skippy was trying to give him grace. And I still am because I understand that as humans we're imperfect. So it's like a forgive and forget. So I'm trying to forgive him being conducting himself in that manner, but I also won't forget it. And I'll still hold him accountable for it. So the Port Antonio, the second verse in particular, then going into the third verse, the second verse is him battling the shoulda, coulda, woulda of it all. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of takes me back to Drake getting pissed on. When certain things happen, as I've said previous times in the stream, you can't reverse it. And it's like J. Cole got pissed on twice because J. Cole culturally neutered himself with 2014 in that era, but we didn't notice it until now. So when the beef happened, he backed down from Kendrick and pissed off at least 60% of the hip hop community. Right? So in the second verse, he's like, they're thirsty. They wanted to do whatever they could to be in a position of prominence. And I can't knock it if it's about the dough and they use bots and narrative crafting and all of these things while not acknowledging his part in it. Right? And then after that, after speaking on how much of their lower selves they subjected themselves to participate in the battle, in the same breath he says, I wouldn't have lost the battle. I would have lost the bro. Excuse me?
Which one?
Like, my nigga, you gonna sit here and tell me, hey, I'm above the battle. They lost to their lower nature. They did everything they could to smear each other, including using bots and all of this shit. But if I would have battled, I would have won.
It's crazy that there are Cole fans that will say that's not what he said.
Bruh.
They will say, like, you guys are misinterpreting that line. And I'm like, I don't think we are. I don't think I think that y'all are trying to make it look like it's not as bad as it is. That's exactly what he said. He said, don't think that the pen ain't deadly just because, or the gun ain't deadly. It still got bullets in it or whatever. And it's like, he's saying that he would have fucking won if he battled.
Yeah. And then he said, what he say? He said, I walked away with all they blood on me.
Yeah.
If the blood was on you, J. Cole,
that
in any situation, you were close exactly. You were close enough to get blood on you. Blood don't shoot a mile. At most, if it's like if you hit an artery or something, it might shoot out maybe 4 or 5 feet, but you gotta be relatively close to get blood on you. And if you're in a place where blood is getting shed, it's not. I'm fine. I'm hard pressed to believe that you didn't participate.
He's also neglecting that he just shot himself in the foot and then said he had to go home.
Because 7 Minute Drill also tells me about the resentment about To Pimp a Butterfly and everything that Kendrick has done, because that's the things that he thought would hurt him the most. But it's really the things about Kendrick that he appreciates the most. So he's really projecting. I love those albums so much, or I respect them so much because of how good they were and what they did to the culture. and I'm upset that I couldn't meet those marks and repeat that success, that I hate you for it. I hate that they love you for being black, nigga. I hate that you was able to make an album championing all these eras of classical black music, from jazz to even the blues, funk, from artists ranging from fucking George Clinton, Snoop. I know we not fucking with him right now, but Ronald Isley, all of these people, Bilal, Thundercat, Anna Wise, even though she's not black.
Rhapsody was on there.
Rhapsody was on there. Like, all of this black ass shit. You did that in a part of your career where it's taboo at the time because the sophomore jinx was apparent. So all of the artists in the blog era were running into the sophomore jinx. Wiz had it. Crit didn't meet the level again, so he didn't necessarily have a jinx, but he just didn't he didn't expand. You know, Currency couldn't continue at that level, so he went underground. Well, Drake beat it, but Drake had steroids, so he doesn't count. Cole had a lot of problematic material on Born Center, but he had a super duper hit single in Crooked Smile, so we forget about it. Because when you were talking about the stuff that he said, you forgot when he said he dropped the F-bomb 2 or 3 times in the intro to Born Center.
Oh.
But we forget about that because of Crooked Smile.
I didn't even like that song.
Oh, Crooked Smile?
Yeah.
It was people pleasing 101. It probably didn't feel out to you.
But I did not like that song.
So yeah, I just think all of the blackness that Kendrick stood on, the way that All Right was picked up, and this was in the same era where J. Cole did the performance on one of those Tonight shows, and he did the song about "Do you want to take the chains off" or whatever, and he thought that was gonna resonate.
Yeah.
And it didn't. And Black Lives Matter and all of the protesters picked up All Right. I could see that fucking with somebody deeply. And Drake just doesn't represent anything that would spiritually fuck with J. Cole. So I think he can stand in the face of that competition and be comfortable, because he knows at the end of the day, it's business and rap. That's it. Standing eye to eye with Kendrick creates a spiritual dichotomy. And that's why, in my opinion, the collab album didn't come out. Because not only did Kendrick show miles and miles of separation with the Black Friday, the space that Kendrick was at in his career and in his mindset would have started to shine a light on J. Cole in that period of time.
Yeah, I genuinely think that that Black Friday is the reason that collab album didn't come out.
Shit.
They said they worked on 3 songs. They was really planning on doing that shit.
Yeah, and the leaks that he played, which was Temptation, I think the other one was Shock the World, and then they did the Jig Is Up. J. Cole didn't have a verse on Jig Is Up, but the other songs, like Kendrick, he walked on them.
But it's like, even playing the leaks sit kind of weird with me.
Yeah, especially, granted that, okay, well, I got to take J. Cole at his word. I'm gonna get enough of doing that, because eventually I got to accept that this nigga's a liar. But he said that they recorded the audio series in 2022. So all of that stuff was already done before the beef happened. I just don't know if I believe that, because why would you wait that long to do that?
But it's like, why not just cut that? Like, you didn't have to put that out. If you recorded it 2 years ago, you knew what you said.
Yeah.
You didn't have to put that out. You put that out for a reason. To be like, because I feel like, I don't know whether or not a lot of people were criticizing him for specifically like shouting out Drake on Port Antonio, but then saying he would have beat Kendrick in a battle.
Yeah.
So then for him to, I don't know if there were a lot of people, but if there were, then it's like, oh, I guess that is kind of weird, huh? Maybe I should show that I'm actually kind of cool with Kendrick and actually fuck with him. Because you didn't have to put that episode out. He
did not. And I wonder if it was to further the narrative that I fuck with him, he just don't fuck with me.
Yeah, probably. But I think there's a J. Cole know why Kendrick don't fuck with him.
He does,
He just won't tell us.
but going back to the conversation about the old head and the OG we were having earlier,
Yeah.
when the other person doesn't have the opportunity to directly respond to what you're saying, you're able to paint the narrative in whatever way you want to, because we know Kendrick will never speak on this stuff.
He could. I mean, he already said if you pandering to the side, let me do it for you.
Oh, I'm talking about as far as why the project didn't get created and how he really feels about J. Cole. You know what I mean? Like, he won't sit down on an interview and be like, yeah, I don't really fuck with bro because of this, this, and this. So J. Cole has the ability to paint the narrative however he sees fit, because he's willing to leverage his likeness to create on that level. And Kendrick's not. It's not worth it to Kendrick. So looking at it from that perspective, like, yeah, he was able to tell that story and craft a theory or a narrative that made him seem like the sympathetic figure, like the young dude did with the OG. And like the OG then responded to the young dude. But if they got together, and they can't lie because they got to be honest with each other, because both of them have receipts, at some point we're going to get to some version of the truth. And I think that version of the truth is you just got to kind of paste a lot of the shit that Cole said in different periods of time together. When Good Kid, Mad City came out, he said, damn, I feel like he really took off on me with that. Right? We don't have a direct quote from To Pimp a Butterfly, but we have them rapping over each other's beats in that era. He get washed by Kendrick on his own beat, and then he makes a much worse version of what Kendrick did with All Right. And everybody looks at it like, damn, like, I still want it, but I feel like Cole would have got washed by Kendrick. Right? So then we get to Damn era. So I might as well just give everything I was gonna put in that video. Have you heard the story of why he created KOD? Okay. Hey, story time. If y'all want to hear this, put story time in the chat real quick of why J. Cole created KOD. I'm gonna tell it anyway. I just want y'all to do it. I just want to see the chat move. Okay, let me just get 5 of them.
Oh yeah, pop. Okay, there you go.
Okay, so Kendrick Lamar Damn Tour. I don't know what location they were at, but it had to be a big market because J. Cole decided to come. J. Cole came and he was watching the show, and he saw the not only the quality of the album, but the control Kendrick had over the crowd and the anthemic music he was making in that era, along with the tonality and thematic nature of the album. He said he was inspired to go make music after that. He went after that and wrote KOD in 2 weeks. And rushed and put it out.
I don't feel, I mean, that was his damn.
Yeah, so this is the point I'm about to make about the 3 album runs that they had. So if you look at the color scheme from Damn, if you had to pick one color from Damn, what is it?
Red.
What color is KOD? The album
it's
cover.
Like red and purple, no? Or like orange and purple?
Red, but what the primary color is red, right?
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, you know what? I feel like you might be right. I actually had that album.
I did. Well, I didn't have it.
Yeah, it's red and purple. I knew I saw some purple in here.
Now do a favor for me. I might present it after you do it, but I just want you to do it and then I'll present it. Pull up the To Pimp a Butterfly cover, and then pull up the For Your Eyes Only cover.
It's gray and green, right? Both of them are.
I just want you to see them real quick.
I hope Google will know what the okay, yeah.
You see the similarities? You see the color scheme? You see the
Yeah.
palettes? The only one that doesn't match as far as it was pulled, like the colors were pulled directly, is Good Kid, Mad City, and what's the name of that album? Forest Hills Drive. I feel like those three albums were attempted recreations of, in order, Good Kid, Mad City, To Pimp a Butterfly with For Your Eyes Only, and KOD was modeled after Damn. I feel like he's been trying to copy Kendrick's format for that three albums, even to the hobo chic aesthetic in how they were dressing.
I feel like KOD is a horrible damn.
Yeah.
That was his idea. That was the concept he came up with, was kids on drugs or
Killing Our Demons and King Overdose. So
yeah, that's what the other one was.
I think the Killing Our Demons goes directly, it has a direct parallel to the story of Damn. The direct. And with For Your Eyes Only, he didn't necessarily take the concept. He took the style, or at least tried to. He took the sound with the jazz elements. He took the brass, like you brought up earlier. He took the brass section, the jazz trumpet, the jazz saxophone, the strings, the minimalistic beats with the jazz behind them, the singing, the airy singing, like all of that. He stole those entire blueprints for those albums. And with Damn, he took the internal conflict of it, along with the color scheme, along with trying to make a commercial thematic and conceptual album based on overcoming your demons. The wickedness and weakness is choose wisely. It's the same thing. He stole all of those albums.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the choose wisely. I listened to that album when I was on deployment. I had somebody literally somebody sent KOD to me on a burn CD, so I listened to it on deployment while I was working.
And I don't know what I was doing. Because I've been a J. Cole fan since like 2 years before I even heard of who Kendrick Lamar was. So I still had faith in him. So when KOD, I think KOD dropped on 420, if I'm not mistaken, I listened to it and I was just like, damn, it's just not.
There was some songs on there that I liked, but I feel like once again, like Kendrick is talking about his own struggles and inner demons, but then there's literally a song on KOD called Kevin's Heart.
Yeah.
And it's inspired by Kevin
cheating.
I almost said Gates. It's a Hart. I don't know how I fucked that up. Kevin Hart being a cheater. So it's like you even had to use somebody else's story about cheating?
Crazy.
So it's just, and then I don't know, it's just like weird to me that it's like he's still even here when it's called kill your own demons.
And he's not willing to do that. It's almost like he's Elon Musk with the child. He needs a cover to come outside. He needs a shield.
That is crazy, actually. I know what you're talking about too. One day somebody just not gonna care.
Yeah.
So I don't know why he would risk it like that.
Because he's a sociopath. He doesn't care.
But you know what? I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So I had left in the description of my most recent video about Kendrick being the new Eminem, as in being the new gateway to hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think are the best? What do you think is the best and worst gateway in hip hop? Like, if you met somebody that was like, I want to start getting into rap music, What would be someone that you would say start here, and then one person you would say stay away?
Can I get one caveat?
Okay.
Well, how old is the person? I think that's the only thing that matters.
Let's say they're 25. Early to mid 20s.
And you say the entryway. Damn.
Would it be different if it was somebody your age?
If it was somebody my age, definitely. But I feel like them being that age is perfect because that's when a lot of people come in. So I just want to give it a. That's a great fucking question, by the way. Because I feel like it'll be on the nose and kind of disrespectful to say Kendrick and Eminem. So I'm trying to give you a better answer than that. Because that's my innate answer due to my experience on YouTube, but I don't want to say that. So let me say,
oh, somebody said follow-up question. What kind of music do they usually like?
Oh shit. Okay, I would say Tupac for the entryway because I feel like Tupac represents a great deal of the duality that we express in this culture. And outside of that, his music is fairly easy to digest if you can take the tonal, if you can handle the tonal weight of it. Like, for example, like Me Against the World, it's super deep in what he's saying, but how he's saying it is easy to understand. And I feel like he's a great middle point. He's not quite Immortal Technique, so it's not like super radical, but he's not super watered down either. And it's not too, it's crass in some points, but it's not just that all the time. So he gives a lot of fullness of what the hip hop experience will be. And he's like old enough, or the music is old enough to where it's old school, to where it's like the golden era of hip hop, in my opinion. But it has the staying power, and he's influenced so many people that I feel like if you listen to him, you're gonna want to go down the tree and see what came after him and who else was inspired. But who would I say not to come in? Like who not to listen to as your first listen?
Like if this person come up in your algorithm, skip.
Damn. This is like putting my, like, it's like some existential shit to skip.
Like if they came up to you and said, I just heard that, like, I was going through the rap music you recommended me, and this person popped up and I really like their music. What person would that be that would make you go?
It's gotta be somebody problematic. Fuck, that's a good question, Kiki.
Somebody said The Game.
The Game is actually very talented. Lil Wayne.
Oh wow.
And I'll tell you why. Because you're gonna set yourself up for disappointment. Because you're gonna get just as much garbage music as great music. And if that's
I agree.
And if that's your entry point, I feel like post Carter 3, by the time you finish his discography, if that's who you're listening to first before you delve into it, a lot of the negative stereotypes about hip hop will be reinforced by the time you finish with Lil Wayne's catalog. You won't have any faith in ages. You won't have any faith in the ability to age gracefully in hip hop. You'll think everybody is drugged out and on auto tune and doesn't have the ability to grow with their audience and grow individually. You won't see any social commentary or activism in the music. You won't see any true representation of hip hop as it was in the golden era in his music later in his career. It's no substance. It's redundant. It's just, yeah, it's Wayne, bro. Like if I'm talking to somebody at the beginning who won't understand the nuance of hip hop, it would have to be Wayne because he's so integral to the good and the bad in hip hop that I wouldn't want anybody to start on him. Because if you're in an echo chamber and he's the only person you're listening to, by the time you finish, I don't think you'll be super enthused. Like if it's a metalhead, yeah, I don't think you gonna leave with what you came in with your preconceived notions. Cause you're gonna listen to it at first, I'm like, and this is where it ties into the Eminem for me, real quick. We did a reaction to Fuel, right? I think at this point in time, it's the biggest review on the channel, almost 400,000 views. One of the non-black people in the comments told me that ever since rock and roll got controlled by the government or some shit like that, we were looking for a place to call our own. So taking him at his word and generalizing, because a lot of the comments were kind of the same, is we're looking to come colonize and we're coming in with our own preconceived notions about what rap is. And I got that from the comment section saying all Jid talked about was being young, violent, and in jail. So they don't understand our experience, right? So if they listen to Wayne and his experience is about coming up in the street and you don't have the cultural wherewithal to understand he's telling a story in the Carter 1 and Carter 2, you're going to anticipate that's like, oh, he was selling drugs. Then you go to the Carter 3 era. Oh, he's hooked on drugs. Carter 4, he went to jail. Carter 5 and forward, he's a crackhead. So you're not going to get a good experience as an outsider consuming Wayne first. And I hate to say that but yeah, I pick Wayne. Damn, that hurt to say, man. You got me with that one.
Carter 5, he a crackhead.
as we say where I'm from, you fucked the city up with that one, Kiki.
He went from selling crack to doing it.
Yeah, don't get high on your own supply. And he did. He Pookie. Well, he G Money. Damn, the Carter. Oh shit! I just made the whole connection.
That's be so depressing.
This shit finna get real surgical, y'all. Man, that's crazy. Cause have you seen New Jack City?
I did when I was like 5.
Okay, so the connection that I just made, right? G Money was the lighter character. They was two brothers. It was Wesley Snipes' character, Nino Brown, and his brother G Money. G Money was the one, he was flashy, he had the wit. I think he had the plan and all of the shit. And at the end of the movie, they started selling crack and then they like took over this big ass project building, like a New York project building.
Wesley Snipes was going crazy.
Yeah.
Like he was evil as hell.
Yeah, when he had the dog and all this other shit. Yeah, so the building that they took to run their crack operation was called the Carter. And that's where Lil Wayne gets the double entendre of the Carter series. So if you go back and listen to the Carter 1, he's walking you into the Carter, the drug building, but also walking you into the mind of Dwayne Carter. So, and then CMB, is it CMB or GMB? One or the other, but as the movie goes, G Money gets infatuated with the lifestyle and in turn becomes a crackhead himself. So if you look at that parallel with Lil Wayne, he was this young dude with all this poise and potential to be great, got high on his own supply and ended up becoming an addict. So it's just this wild parallel that I just created with G Money and Lil Wayne and the Carter being the tie-in. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend him first if I
And then
had to.
Chris Rock was the one that got clean and then became a crackhead again.
Yeah, Pookie.
Okay, I feel like I remember pieces of this movie because I haven't seen it in a long time. I haven't seen it in a long time. I remember my dad put it on VHS when we was we was kids.
Yeah.
Like little kids. Like I'm pretty sure I was like 5-6 years old, and we was at his dad's house, and he put that movie on for us. Like no Fievel, American Tail, no Dalmatians, Jack City. I don't know.
Crazy.
That wasn't a great decision, but
Crazy.
I remember seeing like flash that movie.
My mama did that type of shit too. It's cool. I think it's a black thing. I think a part of it is like trying to, like, it's a good movie, but like trying to tell you what the world is without telling you.
I see what you mean.
And I don't think it's I think it's subconscious. I don't think they do it on purpose. Like, yeah, I'm a cuss in front of my kid. They gonna hear it anyway. But at least, like they do that type of shit because like I'm trying to prepare you for the world because it won't be what I present to you if I try to shelter you. So you'll go into the world blind. I think it's like I think it's like some type of weird sense of preparation, but really in essence, you're kind of robbing the innocence from your kid. But that's another story for another day. But
I think it was also subtle because like we was at my dad's house,
and
he was a crackhead.
Oh,
so then he
wow.
put on this movie about people doing crack and selling crack at a crackhead's house. I don't know if he was trying to send him a message, but like looking back on it now, like that is kind of funny. I don't know if he was trying to be funny.
Kiki, wait a second. I think I made the whole connection. That's crazy. But I can see that. Because it's one of those movies, especially a lot of black cinema in that point in time was movies that would sit with you for the rest of your life. So maybe it was one of those things to embed in you to, okay, well, granddad can't be saved, but I have in this moment the ability to show you can sit in the room with the end product of what this movie creates. So I'm going to allow the movie to tell you the story so you don't become a statistic. My mama made me watch Lean on Me too. So
that movie is ridiculous.
Yeah, and we was growing up in the hood. So yeah, I think they were telling us stories through these movies that they couldn't necessarily tell because it's so traumatic.
Yeah, he did crack up until the month he died.
Dang.
Like 5 years ago.
R.I.P.
He lived all that time. He survived. I don't see. That's why I had made a song called "Everybody Should Do More Crack" because it seemed like crackheads live forever. I don't know what's in that. Like them people that been doing crack since crack dropped. they live for a long. Like they survive.
Yeah, they don't die. It's the fentanyl.
So
the fentanyl is what's getting them. The crackheads, they live forever, and they're very strong. They're very durable. They still keep their wits a little bit. They know how to fix cars, and they can be electricians and shit. If your power will get cut off, they know how to cut your power back on. At least in the era where I was growing up.
No, so I know exactly what you mean.
Like
it's not until they get a bad badge.
Oh my God. Oh,
once they could go their whole life getting good batches of crack, surviving. They may go missing for days at a time, but as soon as they need some crack money, they pop up, they wash your windows, they mow your lawn. They're gonna do everything. But then as soon as they get a bad batch, it's like
that's
bad batch.
Yeah. Damn.
That's the harsh reality. Still do crack. Everybody that I know that does crack is like over the age of 50.
Hold on. Shout out Tyrone. Nah, chill out. Oh, he was saying if you know, you know. I
Yeah,
I didn't
I
want to
don't
pull
think.
that up because I thought he was like, you know, because I've had that where somebody will like say some shit and insult the guest, but I see that's not what he's doing. So
Yeah,
I
Tyrone
pulled it
Biggums.
down. Yeah, I pulled it down not to. I ain't want to trigger you. Shout out to D2B2. There's an album by Chris Crack called "Crackheads Live Longer Than Vegans." Quite enjoyable. Love that little album. LOL. Do you know what he's talking about? Have
I've
you heard
never
this?
heard of that.
They don't make crack like they used
They
to.
don't. I don't know. I think that the OG
Damn.
crackheads still get it from their OG suppliers, which is why they still alive. As soon as they get a new supplier, they it's gone. It's mixed with Fent, and they gone. We found her in some crack house, just dead.
I wonder, do they realize it's bad before they die?
You mean like they having a bad experience and they like, oh, this is. I'm sure that they do.
Yeah, because
I don't think it's immediate. I think that they know that something is not what they used to, and that's sad.
because I it's almost midnight my time, so I ain't gonna hold you too much longer. We hit 4 hours. So I thank you for your time, but I want to tell this last story since we're talking about bad experiences. Have you ever had edibles before?
Yes.
Okay, so let me tell you about my bad edible experience, and if you want to, you can share an edible experience, so that way we can leave like on some levity. Unless it's like, yeah, I went to the hospital and I got my stomach
No, I
pumped,
didn't
but
go to the hospital not like that.
okay, so it was Memorial Day like 5 years ago. No, it was longer than that. It's like 7 or 8 years ago. Um, and you know, like if you don't get it from the right person, they don't measure what they're putting in. So it's just as strong as they make it. So it was like I said, it was Labor Day week, Memorial Day weekend. So it was the Friday. I was getting off work and I was like, yeah, I got this edible. I'm finna go have a good time. So I took a bite of it when I got home because it was like this fat ass rice cake looking thing, no form to it, just a glob. So that probably should have been strike number one because it wasn't like created into a cookie or anything. It was just like they just poured it into something and threw it in the plastic bag and closed it. So I should have been scared then because it kind of looked like an 8 ball of crack. It's funny that you bring it up. Or 8 ball of cocaine rather. But so I take a piece out, I bite it, and I'm like, okay, it ain't doing nothing. Cause sometimes they had delayed reaction, or delayed onset. So I took a bigger bite. And then at this point, it all hits me at one time. I'm watching The Matrix and it just hits me like a train, right? And I'm laying in the bed because I'm at home by myself because I didn't have kids at the time. My wife she hadn't got home from work yet. And I remember thinking, this is it. It's a game now. If I win, I live. But if I lose the game, I'm gonna overdose. And I remember like I couldn't control anything. Like it was hard to think. Like I tried to eat, I almost threw up. I took a shower. It worked for a second, and then once I got dry, it came back all the way. So I really thought I was gonna die for like an hour and a half. And then my wife came home. She's like, "What's wrong with your face?" Because apparently my eyes were like down here. So the edible was whooping my ass. So from like 4:30 to like 10 o'clock, I was like teetering on the brink of an overdose from an edible. So long story short, I don't do edibles anymore. I don't smoke weed anymore because I no longer like the feeling of not having full control over my body. And not being able to think clearly in those type of situations. Do you have an edible or
I do have
inebriation experience that you care to share?
So during the entire time that I was in the military, I did not do any drugs. The whole time. Okay, I was a good girl. I kept my word, and I said I'm not gonna do drugs while I'm in here. The day before I went on my on terminal leave, I had a friend who literally we went to basic together. We went to AIT together. we went to our first duty station together. Like we spent our whole careers together, and we were gonna go on terminal leave the same day. So we was like, you know what? How about we go ahead and we always said we was gonna do this. Let's go ahead and break bread.
Go ahead.
So we went ahead and split something. So we sat at this random ass park that he found. We were sitting at the park, and he was telling me like, like I came to this park one time and did DMT, and I was like, you've been doing drugs this whole time that you've been in here. So then as we're sitting on this bench high, because we left early, left work early because we were gonna go on terminal leave. So we was like, they're not worried about us. We sit at this park high, and I'm like, I can't even hear nothing. Like everything sound muffled. I'm just like, we just looking at a pond, and I get a phone call. I got a phone call, and they was like, we need you back at the
Oh shit.
We need you back. We need you back at HQ. I was like, why? Why? Because you got to file a piece of paper where you didn't put your signature on it. Like, oh man. Now, the place that I was working was a secure facility. So you got to go through gates. I don't know. So he was driving. So I was like, bro, you got to take me back. You got to take me back to HQ. He was like, okay. So we going through these gates. These secure gates. With eyes red. They just look at scan our badges. We go in.
Damn.
We hit that. And I'm like, oh my God. And he was driving like way under the speed limit.
Yeah, that's the worst part about being. Well,
he
not
was
the worst
like,
part.
I can't tell if I'm speeding or not. And I'm like, you can look at the speedometer and see that you're going under the speed limit.
That's not just me. I always thought that was me. I couldn't press my foot on the gas when I got high. So like, and that was another reason why I stopped. But keep going.
I know what you mean though, because like it was like multiple experiences of trying to get high after not being high for a long time that made me officially be like, it's not for me anymore. Yeah. I just passed. I passed. It has surpassed me. It's way too strong for me now. There's no easing into it anymore. If you weren't already doing it, you can't get into it no more.
Yeah.
And so I'm like sitting in front of First Sergeant, red eyes.
The first shirt.
Yes. Shit. Red eyes, sitting there like I like every time like it'll be quiet and nobody would say anything, and I'll just run and go. Did somebody say something? I don't know why I was hearing stuff. I don't know if it was like the air conditioning and I thought somebody was talking, but because my hearing was muffled, any like small noise I assumed was somebody that was talking. And I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing, because I feel like if somebody talking to you, you don't respond, then it's like, okay, something clearly wrong with this girl. So they're like, shit. All right, all you gotta do is sign this piece of paper. And I'm like, and then I can go home? I can go home forever? And they're like, yeah, you sign a piece of paper. I'm like, okay. Do I have to sign anything else? Nope, you're good. Did anybody say something?
Oh my God, you was high as shit, Kiki.
How do I get out this building? Just walk out that door and make a left. Okay. And I can go home forever? Like, you're not gonna call me back? I can go home forever. You're not gonna call me back. Like, I can go home now. Yeah, you can go home.
You were asking all the wrong questions.
You're not gonna call me back. You know what? If they knew and they just didn't give a fuck, then shout out to them. That's dope. If they like, they were like, you know what? She served honorably for 4 years. we're not gonna stop her shine. We
Oh
just gonna
my
let her go.
God.
Ain't no point no more. We not gonna fuck up her whole like ETS, have her drug tested and like make it a dishonorable discharge, or
Yeah.
what is other than honorable, I think is the other one.
Yeah.
We not gonna do that. We just gonna let her go.
I think
And
it's
I
just a
think that's dope.
blanket.
I hope they did know.
Cause man, if that is anywhere close to the actual story, they knew.
I think they did. I think they
Everybody
knew.
knew.
I think that at the very least, the person that had me sign the paperwork knew.
Yeah. Cause your handwriting, like your
Yeah, it
wrist
was
work
fucked
might
up.
not have been as sharp. Cause I know for a fact, like when you highlight, especially on something like that, it fuck with your body more than anything. So yeah, that signature was probably fucked.
I don't even whatever. They didn't say nothing. The good thing is I didn't smell like weed
Mm-hmm.
because it was
Yeah.
edible.
At that point, I'd have just been like, yeah.
I think that if I smelled like it, they probably would have tried to test me.
Yeah, I would have made up something. I'd be like, can I? Because you said it was a Friday.
No, it was a IETS on a Wednesday.
I would have made some shit up. I like if y'all was smoking, of course, I would have made some shit up. Like I don't know, like
I was sleeping. I'm kind
yeah,
of like I took
yeah. I wouldn't have picked
some
up the phone.
prescribed medication before I went to sleep, and now I'm kind of woozy.
Yeah, like I can't get her way back. But then the irony about you end up sitting with the first shirt, they would have probably sent the first shirt to come pick you up.
But then the crazy thing is, when I had got home, it was even worse because I was like, you know what? All I want to do is snuggle in a piece of bed. And like with my blanket, I just want to be in a piece of bed and just like watch some true crime. That's where I fucked up. I was watching true crime and now I'm paranoid
Yeah.
and I'm getting up every like 10 minutes, check the locks on my doors, and then I would go into the kitchen and get something to eat. And
Yeah,
I would go back to watching the video and
you was
then get
real
up,
high.
check the doors, get something to eat, go back to bed. And I'm just like so like I'm checking my windows. I was getting so paranoid and I was literally looking at the clock, like waiting for it to hit midnight so that
Mhm.
it's like I'm officially so
Out.
it's like
Yeah.
so many. I'm like, am I gonna get murdered right before I ETS? Somebody gonna break in here and try to kill me?
Oh
Like,
my
oh,
God.
I don't know what's happening. It was too much. And like that was the experience that I was like, okay. I don't think that THC is for me anymore.
Yeah, you was seeing starships on Bankhead. I ain't gonna hold you. You was high as shit. Oh,
Especially edibles. Like I don't know what it is, but
it's so
I think
strong
that
and it's not a clear concentration amount.
there's no beer version of THC anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it's all tequila. It's all tequila and vodka and rum and gin, and there is no beer version of weed anymore. And I wish that existed.
Real quick. Z's, I don't know. The Matrix is my favorite movie, so it was kind of like a comfort thing. And usually like I'm the type of person who gets high and likes to watch cerebral things, but it didn't work that time. It did not work that time. And I remember when my wife came home after I got out of the shower, like speaking to the whole like comfort thing, like to the skin. Like I asked for a specific shirt. It was like a shirt that was like a polyester blend. And I told her, I was like, yeah, let me get that shirt because I want something to feel nice on my skin. So I understand what you mean about the whole blanket thing. It's like,
Yeah, I just wanted to be real cozy at that moment,
yeah. And
especially because
that
I was uncomfortable and scared.
and that did not help at all. And I think I finally was able to just go to sleep. But I had fear about going to sleep because I was like, what if I like OD in my sleep? Like I don't
That's
know
what
what's gonna happen.
I was like, is something gonna happen? Because then I felt like my heart was beating so like hard, like
Mhm,
not necessarily like fast or slow, but really hard. Like I could really
mhm.
feel my heart beating, and I was like, am I having a heart attack? Am I shitting myself? I don't know what's happening, but it was just like so. It was so many different things that I was feeling and hearing and thinking that it was like it was scary. And then I was like, I don't think I ever want to feel like that again. I'm not going to do THC anymore.
Much appreciated, habitual line stepper. I knew when she responded and said yeah that it was gonna be great. It was just about getting it scheduled and getting it done. Shout out to Retha. Thank you. I had fun. Um, let me see. You won't OD on
I
TNT.
know.
But you
That.
don't. But the way that it's hitting, you don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Because I might scare myself into a heart attack.
You might
Or
have
like,
a schizophrenic episode, not even know it.
yeah, or like stop breathing and black out or some shit. Like it's when it's hitting that hard, like you can't just be like, okay, I know I'm not gonna OD. Like your brain is like liquid and it's coming out of your ears. You don't know what the fuck is going on. And she watching true crime and shit. I'm watching The Matrix. Like we're watching mind bending shit or just mind fuck of content. So it's just like, yeah, this. The good thing I will say is we weren't watching brain rot or nothing like
That's
that.
true. We weren't watching Skibbity Toilet, Riz, Ohio, Rizzler, Joker, I don't know all the other brain rot terms.
We wouldn't. We probably wouldn't be who we are today.
That's all I got for now.
But I do want to thank you for accepting my invitation, for coming on the stream. Like I said, I knew I put it in the description. I knew that you had the intellect, the humor, and the perspective to make this an engaging episode. So once again, I want to thank you for coming on. For everybody who is unfamiliar with Kiki, be sure to go to her channel, watch her content, and subscribe. If there are any mods, put the link to Kiki's YouTube channel in the description. And you got anything you want to say before we get out of here, Kiki?
Thank you for inviting me. It's been very fun. You know, I thought that this was a very, you know, you have a good chat also. I feel like your chat is not mean to you like mine is mean to me. So so thank you guys. Thank you guys for being nice. Thank you for inviting me. This has been a dope conversation. I hope that, you know, there will be more fun conversations like this in the future.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I named these the family function. Cause I think, like I said, with the teachable moment, we know what not to do. So the goal would be to get some of the people that I've seen that, you know, I've spoken to in passing in comments or whatever the case is, and bring them on, and then it'll eventually turn into like a thing where we can have like 3 to 4 people on and have respectful, intellectual conversations about whatever, or just kick the shit. But I'm glad that this
people get a label of what family member they are.
I think the only person who has one innately is Moni, because she's a cousin and she refers to everybody as cousins. I think Absa is like our the auntie from out of town. That we don't see all the time, but she has a way of making everybody feel connected, because in essence, that's how a lot of my connections to YouTubers has started, was through Absa. So like I found you through Absa. I found out who Moni was through Absa. So a lot of my just outreach came from speaking to Absa. Like she was the first YouTuber to react to any of my content or anything, or anybody to speak on us in a good light in the space. So yeah,
shout out to her for thinking this would be a good idea.
Yeah, and I was like, because I think when I mentioned it to her, she was like, yeah, I think that'll be great. I was like, I'm gonna do it, because when I watched that first video that J. Cole, I was like, yeah, I gotta talk to her, because I can see like how great she is and what she does from the first 3 minutes of this video. And then after that, I started watching more of your content and watching your streams. I was like, yeah, she's great. I gotta reach out. If she say no, that's cool. If she say yeah, I know it's gonna be a great episode. So I definitely had to reach out to you. And that was no other reason from you being great at what you do, being intelligent, humorous, and having a great perspective. So I appreciate you for just being you first and foremost.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Stay hydrated. No, I'm dead ass. Stay hydrated.
For sure. Oh yeah, and hopefully they sent enough in the super chats that I can send you some money so you can get a bike.
You know what's funny is that the place I get there's a place I get bagels from like once a week. There's a bike shop literally like in the same complex as that bagel place.
It's in the stars. It's in the stars.
I just have to find somebody to teach me.
Once you get on it, you'll know how to do it. All you got to do is keep one foot in front of the other. You'll be just fine. And don't let go of the don't stop pedaling until you're ready to stop. That's it. Pedal until you want to get what you want to get. And when one foot comes off, especially while you're learning, both feet come off and touch the ground. And if you got the brakes, just remember which one is the front brake and which one is the rear brake. Because if you don't, ejectocito, and you'll understand what I went through. But yeah,
I don't even know what that means, and that's a problem. Like I didn't know that there was front and rear brakes.
It's on certain bikes because certain bikes will like.
I thought you just back pedal.
The dirt bikes have the back pedal, but like mountain bikes and bikes like that have a front and rear brake. Now you can push them both at the same time and get the little skid effect. But if you fuck around and grab the front brake, you out of there, and you'll be thinking about all of the bad decisions you ever made in your life while you float in air like you on a BET movie. Like, I know y'all wondering how I got here. Life can be crazy sometimes. And then you just waiting to hit the ground like I did.
Just walk, friend.
Because I'm telling you, if you
making it sound scary.
But I just want to prepare you for things nobody ever told me. So your experience will be well informed and you can just have fun. Because I'm telling you, like Mona said, it's liberating. It's like that was probably some of my favorite experiences as a kid riding a bike. I didn't really get into skateboarding or rollerblading or nothing like that. I guess I don't know if I trusted my ankles or whatever, but riding a bike, that was the shit. So you gotta, I don't even give a fuck if you just rent a bike. You gotta do it. You gotta learn how and just experience the J. Cole-ness of it all. How fun it is to ride a bike and rap. You ever wanted to get on a bike and rap? J. Cole do it all the time. So you just got to do that.
I never wanted to do that.
Just rap a song from the off season while you ride around.
I could just do kick push. No, I wouldn't do that. I could do the handlebar song, that corny little song. I can ride my bike with no handlebars. No handlebars.
That'll do it.
Handlebars.
But don't do that first. So keep your hands on the handlebars. don't live the raps, because that might turn out bad. Because until you learn how to properly pedal to keep the handlebars straight, don't try that shit. Just hand on the handlebars and continue to pedal until you get where you're supposed to go. It'll be fun. It's gonna be liberating. You'll enjoy it.
I'll try backseat freestyle.
Okay, that'll be great actually, because it'll help you keep up the pace. And then when you coming down the hill, you can do the third verse. Biatch, okay, and that'll be fun. But yeah, so if you do have a bike experience, you gotta come back and tell us. You gotta come back and tell us. That'll be a part of the next family function. So I'm holding you to at least trying that before the next family.
I have to get bike money. I gotta get bike money. Okay. But I don't know. I don't even know how much a bike costs. It gotta be expensive now, right?
I'll look it up real quick. But yeah,
like just the most basic bicycle.
Let's see. Like $90.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's not so bad.
In between 90 and 120. Yeah, just a basic bike. Yeah. Don't go get no shit that you're not gonna ride all the time. So that's why you probably should just rent one and then learn. And then if you fall in love with riding bikes, then you can buy a bike. But I'm pretty sure like you might find somewhere where they just got where you can just rent a bike or something like that. Or like you can get one of the bikes that have like the battery in them, and you can still pedal, but it's better operated a little bit. And that'll at least teach you how to do it. And then if you really like it, you can work your way
That sounds
to it.
expensive.
And then become like a connoisseur of bikes like Andre 3000 with the flutes. And then you'll just have like a bunch of bikes parked outside the front of the crib. Hey, you never know. Hold on, Lime or Lyft bikes? You ever heard of that?
Are they talking about like rent a bike, like the ones that are parked in front of certain areas, and then you guys like put a quarter in and then rent it,
I'm
or you like
assuming
rent it
so.
through an app on your phone? I've heard of that. They don't really have them in my specific area. I could probably go to like San Francisco and find one, but in my immediate area, they don't have them.
Isn't San Francisco the one that's really hilly?
I fucking hate San Francisco. Yes, it's very hilly.
Well, don't learn how to ride a bike in San Francisco.
Well, I'm just saying that specific rent a bike type thing is in San Francisco.
Please, if you don't take nothing from me today, don't learn how to ride a bike in San Francisco. You'll probably be amazing and probably be able to do BMX after that. But the chance of you getting seriously injured is too high to learn how to ride a bike in San Francisco.
You can get a Lyft bike from a BART station. Well, now I gotta go to a BART station. I live relatively close to a BART station. It's Bay Area Rapid Transit.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? You can get. Yeah. He's right. You can't get those at BART stations.
There we go. It sounds like we finna have a bike story in the next few weeks on the live stream, and I'll be tuned in because I gotta hear you tell the story in classic Kiki fashion. But that's it, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning into the first episode of the Cypher Family Function, and until next time, we out of here, y'all. Peace.